rise. The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Be seated. Madam Court Officer, please call the case.
Good morning, Your Honors. This is case KSC BC 2020-06, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Veseli, Recep Salimi, and Jakub Krasnić.
For the record, I note that the accused are all present in court today. Today we continue hearing the evidence of Thaçi defense witness 1DW-008. Before we continue with the evidence of the witness, there's one preliminary matter the panel would like to address in the nature of an oral order. First, during yesterday's hearing, the panel marked 3 pages from DHT 03918 to DHT 03940 for identification as P04508. The relevant item contains an interview with Wolfgang Parich extracted from a book. The Thaçi defense objects to the admission of this item as 1, it amounts to a fundamentally new allegation, and 2, the allegation is contradictory to the SPO's case, and in particular the account in SPO Exhibit PO 2094. The Thaçi defense contends that therefore there is a lack of notice, and the SPO is not at this stage of the proceedings allowed to put forth a directly contradictory case to that previously led. The SPO responds that the objection is unfounded since the witness addressed the issue of exchange of prisoners, including who from the KLA attended any meetings about such exchanges during a direct examination, and therefore the tendering was responsive to the questioning of the witness. The fact that an item is admitted into evidence doesn't mean that the item reflects the SPO's position indefinitely. 3, the accounts in the 2 items are not mutually exclusive. And 4, the item was recently disclosed to the SPO by the Thaçi defense, so it could not tender it earlier. At the outset, the panel notes that the item was released in the Thaçi defense presentation Q on 28 May 2024 and has been available to the parties and participants since then. Nevertheless, the panel considers the item is relevant as to whether the accused knew of and participated in the negotiations about detained individuals. Further, the panel disagrees with the Thaçi's defense contention that the account in this item is necessarily contradictory to that in P02094. In particular, the panel notes that the calls appear to have taken place on different dates and to be to different individuals, and as such, both calls could have taken place. The panel further notes that the consistency or contradictory nature of this item with other evidence on the record is to be assessed in light of the evidence as a whole, and this will be done at the end of the trial. With regard to authenticity, the panel is satisfied with the prima facie authenticity of the interview. It is an extract from a published book which bears markings such as origin date and authors and interviewees' names. Other pages from this item have already been admitted into evidence as 1D00147. With regards to probative value, the panel is satisfied that the witness has provided sufficient context. With regard to prejudice, the panel considers it important to address the Thaçi's defense objection of lack of notice. The panel notes that as conceded by the Thaçi defense, notice of the allegation that Mr. Thaçi allegedly partook in the process of releasing certain detainees is laid out in the pretrial brief. Contrary to the claim by the Thaçi defense, the fact that the SPO withdrew witnesses on whom it relied to establish that claim cannot be understood as an abandonment on the part of the SPO. The panel further notes that it has previously heard evidence about Mr. Thaçi's alleged knowledge of and participation in the negotiations about these detained individuals. In this respect, the panel directs parties and participants to, among others, P01091, P01092, P02094, and the evidence of prosecution witness W04147. That's a transcript 14,011. Therefore, the panel disagrees with the Thaçi defense that this item amounts to a fundamentally new allegation and that there is a lack of notice or that any unfairness results from its admission. On that point, the panel notes that it was the Thaçi defense that sought evidence from 1DW008 on this point. It is proper for the opposing party to address this aspect of the witness's evidence insofar as relevance to its own case. Therefore, and since the parties have had the opportunity to question the witness about this item, the panel is satisfied that the prima facie probative value of this item is not outweighed by any prejudice. The panel therefore finds that MFI P04508 meets the requirements of Rule 138 and admits the relevant pages into evidence. Considering that the pages from the book extract have already been admitted into evidence, the panel instructs that the MFI P04508 be added to 1D00147 and directs CMU to vacate the exhibit number. This concludes the panel's first and only oral order for today. So, Madam Court Officer, please bring the witness in.
Mr. President, in terms of the next witness, we have him scheduled currently to arrive after lunch. If it's going to be before that, WIPSO needs 1 hour's notice.
Okay.
Thank you.
We'll probably work that out anyway. One should be sufficient. Good morning, witness. We proceed now with the rest of your testimony. I remind you to please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question or tell them you don't understand, and they will clarify. Also, please remember to try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of the facts and circumstances upon which you will be questioned. I remind you that you are still under an obligation to tell the truth, as stated by you in your solemn declaration. Please also remember to speak into the microphone and to wait 5 seconds before answering a question, and then speak at a slow pace for the interpreters to catch up. If you feel the need to take breaks, please make an indication and an accommodation will be made. Lastly, as for the U.S. representative, thank you for joining us again this morning. I remind you that at any time, if you need a moment to speak with the witness or wish to address the panel, just raise your hand and we will recognize you. We now continue with questions from the panel. We'll begin first with Judge Metro to my immediate right and your left.
Thank you, Judge Smith, and good morning, Ambassador.
Morning.
Do you recall being asked questions by the Thaçi defense about what you understood to be the goals of the KLA?
Actually, I do not recall them asking me about the goals of the KLA. We certainly discussed my view that the goals of the KLA had to do with independence for Kosovo and their role in the driver's seat as driving this.
Thank you, and that's indeed what I was referring to. I'm not going to go back into the goals. I'm going to try to see with you to what extent you're able to help us with those who are articulating these goals and purposes and who are expressing those publicly. First, let me ask you maybe something obvious, but if the KLA as an organization had certain political goals, we can take it that there were people responsible to articulate these goals. Would you agree with that?
Yes, that's logical.
And did you know at the time who it was within the KLA whose responsibility it was to articulate these goals?
We did not, however, at a certain time, and I think we discussed the precise timing, Mr. Krasniqi was announced as a spokesman.
And you recall as well, as part of your account, and at any stage if necessary, I will show you the document, that in mid-August of 1993, after you had pressed for members of the KLA to be identified as interlocutors, a communique was issued with the names of certain political representatives. It was, I believe, the 13th of August of 1998.
I do recall the fact that there was some kind of announcement which listed some people on it. This was, if I can give my view of the context of this, I had in my position as a special envoy, I had made very clear, and others had made clear, that we did not know who was speaking for the KLA. Mr. Demaci, for example, talked about a role for himself with the KLA, but we had never heard that confirmed by anybody. There were many people, it seemed, coming forward as speaking for the KLA. Our problem was we did not have any set of interlocutors that we could address and talk to about what could be a way forward. The issue of independence for Kosovo was a bit of a slogan. That is, people, everybody said that was their goal. You would be very hard-pressed to find anyone in Kosovo, any Kosovo Albanian supporting autonomy. People would say things like, I support that Kosovo should achieve republic status. But I think that was broadly understood to mean that as the other republics of Yugoslavia had seceded from Yugoslavia, that republic status was simply another way of expressing a desire for independence. With that in mind, and I'm sorry to belabor this point, with that in mind, we searched for interlocutors that we felt were credible and really did speak for the KLA. And while I did spend time with Mr. Demaci as a kind of influencer, to use a contemporary term, I did not believe that he was really speaking for anyone except himself.
I'll come back to Mr. Demaci in a moment, Mr. Ambassador Hill. But do you recall that one of the ways in which the KLA General Staff was speaking and addressing its political goals was through the issuance, all through the conflict, of so-called communiques and political declarations? Do you recall that?
Yes, I do, and they were also opaque because we didn't really know who was issuing these. And whether it was out of security concerns or whether it was out of the fact that there was no real structure, which was our suspicion, we could never really use these communiques to determine an organizational vertical structure to the KLA.
Well, you've answered my next two questions. You indicated you did not know who issued these documents. Now, but you've told us yesterday, and please confirm that this is a correct understanding, that at some point you came to learn about the existence of something called the Political Directorate of the General Staff.
Yes, I did, but I'm sorry, I'm hard pressed to tell you how I knew that, but it was through open sources.
And I understood you to have agreed to the suggestion that you knew Mr. Thaçi to be a member of that organ. Is it correct?
That is correct, because at some point there was an announcement. I make that point because there were lots of people, including non-governmental people, including people from other U.S. government agencies, who were trying to figure out who was running, if anyone, running the KLA. So when some names appeared, it was worth pursuing those. And of course, one of them was as the political director. Not clear what that position was, but that was someone to be in touch with.
I'll see in a second if I can jog your memory about where and how you might have learned of the Political Directorate. But first, let me ask you whether you knew or know now who the other members of the Political Directorate were?
I don't. I cannot sit here and tell you who they are, but if you repeated some names, I could tell you whether I was familiar with those names or not.
I'll go to another question in a second, but can the registry please bring up Exhibit P1078, please? And Ambassador, this is, I think, a document you've seen already. It's one of the cables.
Yeah.
And if we scroll down a little bit, you will see that the date of the document, can we scroll back up, please? It appears to be the 1st of March of 1999. Do you see that?
Yes.
And if we scroll back down a little bit, you will see that it's classified by yourself, Ambassador Christopher R. Hill.
Yes.
Do you see that?
Yes, I do. At the risk of repeating my explanation of that, that is a technical fact.
I understand.
Yeah.
I understand. Thank you. Can we please move to page 4 of that document? That would be bearing the ERN 075372. Thank you. And I will ask you to, if we can scroll down a little bit the document, in the large middle paragraph, Ambassador, there's a sentence starting with the words, "Finally." Do you see that?
I'm sorry. Only the general staff with the political director taking the lead can make political decisions.
I'll read the sentence for you. It's to the
finally, I see it.
Yes. So some words have been redacted. I'll read you the version we have on the screen. It says that finally, and there's a name of a function that's redacted, told U.S. KDOM late this evening that Thaçi was appointed by the General Staff to carry out certain specific functions, and they do not include making political decisions for the General Staff only the general staff with the political directorate taking the lead can make political decisions. Now, the first thing I want to ask you is whether you recall that cable in particular and the content.
I do not. I want to make clear that these were part of regular reports being submitted by the U.S. team that was in the field. They were not within the framework of the OSCE team, but they were supposed to work alongside the OSCE team. We knew that the U.S. team had some good contacts, but we were not always sure that this was entirely accurate.
Sure. Let me ask you in that way. Did you ever receive any information that would contradict the content of the statement I've read to you?
I never heard elsewhere that the political directorate was somehow part of the general staff and leading anything. I never heard that, and that was never our assumption. Our assumption, and I want to be clear, assumption in the absence of fact.
Yes.
Our assumption was that the general staff was more military and consisted of local commanders who somehow got together at some point somewhere, and that the political directorate had to do with a kind of interface with the outside.
But just to answer my question, you did not, or you, if you cannot recall, you can also, of course, say so, but did you ever receive any information that would contradict this information?
Yes, people said, but I'm not in a position to say who exactly and when they said it, that we should not take this literally. That this idea that the political directorate had some kind of role with the general staff seemed to be something that people in the political directorate, including people like Mr. Thaçi, would try to suggest that they were actually in charge.
And
I'm sorry to continue.
Go ahead.
But this suggested to us that there was a lot of pushing and shoving in the sense of people wanting to consolidate their position and be stronger than others. That is, this was not a well-organized group of people with clear command responsibilities. That was certainly our impression throughout. And the fact that we never could really locate somebody who could really speak for the rest seemed to confirm our suspicions. It is why I went to Albania in the hopes that, I think his name was Tseka, right? There was he had a nom de guerre as well.
Javid Haliti.
Javid Haliti, yes. We thought he might be such a person because some people in the U.S. government had said he was the one doing a lot of this or managing a lot of the getting weapons to people. In the conversation with him, he did not reveal very much, which made me think maybe there is something there, but I never had that confirmed. Some of those trips we took through Stime and places like that, they were all dedicated to the proposition that perhaps we could find someone who could really speak for the organization, and we never did.
So on to Mr. Thaçi. I'm going to try to put a number of propositions to you, and if you feel you need to qualify them, please do so. But would I be right to say you did not have the greatest opinion of Mr. Thaçi at the time?
I'm sorry, that we did not?
That you did not?
Yes, I would like to say we because I did not have a different opinion. He was, with always very strong words about every subject. He had a certain gravitas because he had been imprisoned at an earlier date. He was known as as having strong views about Serbia's role not only in Kosovo but in the rest of Yugoslavia. And he was not someone you could essentially work with in reaching a document where at the outset not everyone already agreed. He was very strong-minded, which in some circumstances in life is a good thing, but when you're trying to negotiate something, it's not a good thing to have to deal with. We were not interested in promoting him.
Well, that's right on my next question. When you were trying to form a negotiation team in the fall of 1998 and looking for potential partners on the LDK side and on the KLA side, is it fair to say that Mr. Thaçi is not someone that you were approaching for that purpose?
That is correct. I visited on a number of occasions because sometimes people of very strong views can also be influential, and I did not want a situation where I didn't know him or I wasn't privy to his thoughts. But to the extent I could have any role in who our interlocutors would be, I was not in favor of helping Mr. Thaçi consolidate that. I think it's important to understand that these people, again, in the absence of a command and control system, there was a lot of, as we say, jockeying for position. And I think he felt that he had been through these issues a lot longer than other people and was deserving of a leading role.
Which you did not think was right.
Again, it wasn't up to me to determine who had a leading role, but I certainly didn't want a situation where by meeting me, he was consolidating his role. This is always a concern that just when they meet with the Americans, somehow this gives them some kind of imprimatur. So I tried to meet him quietly for the substance of the meeting and to avoid a situation where he could use the meeting to get, as we say, a leg up on the situation. I'm not sure I entirely succeeded, but I think he had his own set of problems dealing with people.
Well, I think you might have succeeded, as we will see in a second, but I'll start by asking you this. Do you recall in November of 1998 that a man of Serbian ethnicity who had been an inspector in the Serbian police was arrested, and Sean Burns was involved in securing his release, which he eventually got? Do you recall that?
I do not. There were a few such cases where Sean's team, because they had good contacts with various people, including people with guns out in the hinterland, that they were able to persuade these people that this is not a good idea, that if your goal is to have better relations with the Americans, kidnapping people is not a good way to do that. So there were, as I recall, generally, there was some success in getting people to release such people, and I felt that that was the most important role for for KDUM and frankly for OSCE, which is why when we had the meeting about the 8 Serbian soldiers, I wanted to make sure that OSCE was there and that any success would again come from this OSCE/KDUM role rather than my role, because my role was negotiation to get to some kind of status for Kosovo that would encourage people to put down their guns and pick up their plowshares and go back to normal life.
I'll come to the VJ soldiers in a moment, but can we please see exhibit P188 first? Thank you. And Ambassador, this is a book of memoirs of Commander Remy Rustem Mustafa, written by a different individual. Do you remember Commander Remy?
I recall the name. I don't recall the circumstances why I should remember him, except that I think he was understood to be a fighter for the KLA.
Can we please go to page 82 of the book? That's, I'm told, at page 14 of the PDF. And Ambassador, I'll ask you to look first to the left column. There's a question in bold that starts with, while you were still at Shala. Do you see that?
While you're still at Shala,
It's, just to explain to you, it's one of these books of, it's in effect an interview, the reprint of an interview of Remy. So the bold is being asked by the author of the book, and then we will go to the answer that Remy is recorded as giving.
I see. So these are this is an example of something done in Albanian and then translated into English.
That's our understanding.
As an aside, I'd like to mention that some of my interviews were done in English, went back into Albanian, and then back into English, which is why I sometimes did not recognize anything I had said.
Understood,
Okay.
sir.
Yeah.
We'll go and look at what is being said here. So I'll read it out for you, and feel free to read for yourself on the screen. The question by the journalist is, or the comment, while you were still at Shala, the KLA arrested a Serb forest guard. He was released at Majak, but the Serb media said he escaped. How did his release take place? And Remy is recorded as saying, within a short time, 2 arrests and 2 releases took place of the forest guard and a certain inspector. We did that in order to demonstrate that we were a serious power, that we were not out against people who did not cause any harm to the KLA. In particular, by inspector's release, we wanted to demonstrate our seriousness and show that we could even, please turn the page and up, we could even, in places we did not control, such as the city, to take away anyone we wanted. And then the question is asked, can you give some more details regarding this arrest? And Remy is recorded as saying, at a moment when Christopher Hill was in Kosovo and did not visit the KLA office representative Adem Demaci, we wanted to make Mr. Demaci an important factor. I issued an order to 3 soldiers to get out and capture an inspector called Zoran Zbilic. They carried out the action successfully and brought in the Serb inspector at La Pastica, where we held him for 3 days. A fierce insistence by Sean Burns and other OSC officials followed for releasing him. I didn't even want to discuss it. Then Adem Demaci came into consideration, and for his sake, I released him. I think that with the position of KLA political representative got a push forward. In all, that was a prepared thing. Now, does that refresh your memory about the incident at all, Ambassador?
It really doesn't. My reading of this is it's rather self-serving. And, you know, sometimes the Serbs would say so-and-so escaped rather than released, and that's also self-serving. So in reading this, I wouldn't, as we say, take that to the bank. What I think was clear was that Sean Burns's job had kind of become more focused about trying to do something about these issues. But I'm rather skeptical that I didn't visit Adam Demaci, and therefore, to enhance his position, they went out and picked up an inspector named Zoran Zbilic. It just doesn't ring true to me.
But you would accept, I suppose, that those who were supporters of Mr. Demaci, of which Mr. Remy might have been one, might not have looked kindly at your being a bit reluctant to engage with Mr. Demaci.
Well,
Would you agree
I
with that?
saw, as I said earlier, I saw Mr. Demaci more frequently than perhaps he warranted. And in any event, Mr. Remy was not in charge of my schedule.
I'll repeat my question. You would accept, perhaps, that those who supported Mr. Demaci, of which Remy might have been one, might not have looked kindly at your being a bit reluctant to engage with Mr. Demaci, or would you disagree with that?
I'm not in a position to answer that. I didn't see everybody on every visit I made, so I don't know the circumstances of why I did not see Demaci. I saw him quite often, and he was accompanied by an assistant named Alvin Corti. And I did see them pretty often. I don't know why I wouldn't have seen him. I would never have announced that I'm not going to see him, because I don't see what use that would be. So I'm not really sure why Mr. Remy would feel that the way to respond to that was to go out and kidnap somebody. I just don't. It's a rather tortured process of logic, so I'm just not there.
Fair enough. You are not Mr. Remy.
That's for sure.
Do you recall meeting the Italian foreign minister, Lamberto Dini, during that period of time in 1999?
I think I met him in Belgrade, and I think he came to the Rambouillet meeting along with the other foreign ministers.
Do you recall an occasion, and again, if you can't, we'll go to a document to try to help you, but do you recall an occasion where Foreign Minister Dini complained about a certain communique issued by the KLA General Staff?
I do not recall that specifically. I do know that the Italians were among the more skeptical observers of the KLA behavior.
I'll try to help you, Ambassador. It's been a long time. Can we please see Exhibit 1D267? So, as you can see, this is yet another cable. This one is dated the 26th of February of 1999. And if we scroll down just a little bit more, you would see that your name appears here under the title of Special Envoy for Kosovo. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And if we could please go to page
Oh, could you just go up to the top? I want to see
Sure.
who drafted it. Oh, Karen Decker, okay.
And if we can go to page with DHT 05129, I think it's the fourth page. And I'll ask you to look at paragraph 12, Ambassador Hill. Do you see that?
Yeah,
So I'll read it for the transcript. It says, Ambassador Hill asked for an explanation of KLA communique number 31, which Italian Foreign Minister, it says didn't, it should be Dini, read during the ministerial, and which indicated the KLA did not support the efforts at Rambouillet. KLA Rep Thaçi stated that whatever agreement was reached at Rambouillet would obligate the KLA to implement it and would be respected on Kosovo. Thaçi said, open quote, I guarantee it, I have the power to do so, close quote. Hill answered that it was important to say so to help regain the trust of the contact group. Now, my first question is, does that help refresh your memory about this discussion involving Mr. Dini and a communique of the KLA?
all right. Been showing this message very quickly, but this is, of course, a meeting in Rambouillet between Mr. Thaçi. I didn't quite see all the participants, but it was Mr. Thaçi and Secretary Albright. And from what I understand, Foreign Minister Dini had complained probably to Albright, who talked to me about it, and then I raised it in the meeting with Albright and said this is not helpful to us and that this needs to be fixed. Is that kind of where we are on this?
And then this record suggests you would address this issue with Mr. Thaçi, is that right?
Yeah, I mean, this is a, what's called a memicon, memorandum of conversation, written and cleared through the Secretary's staff. So this is pretty reliable stuff, is what I'm saying. So I just wanted to see, all right, so Ambassador Hill pressed the presidency to get their delegation under control and work with the U.S. and not against it, okay? And the U.S. was maneuvering to accept a phony yes in order to go ahead with military strikes. I see.
And when something in a cable of that sort is within quotation mark, does that mean it's verbatim?
Yes. And this is important because what it's suggesting, again, I haven't read it because it was shown kind of quickly. In diplomacy, we do learn to read very quickly, sometimes even read upside down, but I didn't quite get all of this. But this is important because what it's suggesting is the Italian foreign minister is saying that the U.S. is claiming that the KLA supports this Rambouillet process, but it's really a phony yes, because the purpose is simply get on with bombing Serbia. And this is a pretty serious charge made by the Italian foreign minister about the KLA. So we told the KLA that this is very unhelpful to us, and essentially the KLA is trying to kind of create problems between us and the contact group. And I had to tell people within the KLA that, you know, don't overplay your hand, because the U.S. has great interest in maintaining good relations with our partners and allies such as Italy. And this is not helpful to us, and we are not going to put ourselves in the position of pushing Italy to do something that Italy feels is not a real yes. And so you, Mr. Thaçi, if you're going to leave this impression, you need to fix this. So it was an admonishment to the KLA not to do this kind of thing.
Thank you. And you can see it's still on your screen. It refers to a KLA communique number 31. I'll show you a document to see if it can help your recollection further.
Yeah.
If it can't, it can't.
Yeah.
Can we please see
Yeah.
Exhibit P541? So, Ambassador, what you have on your screen, I'll describe it for you and then I'll take you to the relevant part, is something called Political Declaration number 31.
Yeah. Could you help me with the date? Is this?
I'll take you to the date, sir.
Okay.
There are, in fact, two dates that are relevant for
Because
you.
I don't remember the date that Rambouillet ended, or the session of Rambouillet ended, and then the 3 weeks of consultation began.
I'll give you 3 dates, sir, to help you. The cable we just saw a moment ago was 26 February.
Yeah.
And if you work backwards, this declaration was issued on the 20th of February. But if you look at the top of the document, you will see that it was published in the newspaper Zeri I Kosoves on the 25th. So 20, this declaration is published, prepared, published publicly on the 25th, and then on the 26th you have the cable.
But the cable reported on a conversation I noticed, which was the 21st,
That's correct.
which, by the way, is ridiculously long time to get the cable out the door. But it speaks to the fact that when the secretary's in a meeting, this is not like some KDUM weekly report. This is real stuff, and so people go over it very carefully.
Understood. If we can go to the bottom of that page, please. I'll just draw your attention to the last 2 paragraphs, Ambassador, and please read them for yourself, and then I'll ask you about it.
Unwavering confidence. Yeah. Well, this is, I think I see what's going on here. I wouldn't have been able to do this without reading this, but I think I see what is happening here.
And what is it you see?
The KLA, by having said yes at Rambouillet, or yes to Rambouillet subject to the consultations, this is an effort to people out there who feel that there is only one goal, and that is independence, and nothing short of that is acceptable. This is some kind of assurance to those people that not to worry, we haven't changed anything in terms of our approach. So it's an assurance that whatever you've read in Western press, this is what really happened. That is, we have maintained our just independence only. I think they call it self-determination. It's kind of, to me, it's kind of interesting because they're trying to justify, they're trying to say only the U.S. can make things happen. So they're kind of explaining that they're working very closely with the U.S. For me, in the field, working with Wolfgang Petrich and working with, for example, the Norwegians who had the chair in the OSCE, these kinds of comments were not helpful and, frankly, very poorly received. It doesn't help us to suggest that we are more solicitous of the KLA than we are, for example, of the Italian government. So in reading that previous NODIS cable, by the way, NODIS is the highest form of classification. You've seen XDIS. NODIS in theory means no distribution, which is obviously an exaggeration. But when you see a NODIS message involving the secretary, that was serious stuff. And you probably were able to read that I was trying to give Thaçi a tough message. I was drawing on my broader diplomatic career. It is not unusual to have this kind of buyer's remorse from one side to say, hey, we haven't agreed to anything new, folks. Do not worry. We're still where we are. We just had to do this to keep the Americans close because we need them against these Europeans. Very unhelpful, and that's why if you saw a little anger in my voice, it was real.
Let's move forward 10 days in time to a period you've discussed with both parties, the lull between the Rambouillet negotiation and the 18th of March when signature is put to the agreement. Now, first let me ask you this. Do you know where Mr. Thaçi, Mr. Krasniqi, and Mr. Vesely went from France at the time following the first round of talks?
I do not know. I recall that they were taken in a French plane. I thought it was to Skopje, but I guess it was actually Pristina. I just learned that since being here in The Hague, either yesterday or the day before. But they did go to different places. I do believe I heard the rumor that Mr. Thaçi was in Tirana. I also recall trying to find out from our embassy there if we had any sign that he was there and that they were unsuccessful in locating him or in confirming his presence there. So it was very hard to say. As much as the KLA wanted to work with us, they were not a well-organized vertical machine, to be gentle about it. B, they didn't really work with us except when they felt like working with us.
And just on that rumor you had heard about Mr. Thaçi being in Tirana, Albania, do you recall that this was also, or the fact that he was out of the country is also what Blair Imshala and Mr. Berisha had been saying in their respective books? If necessary, I'll go back to the books. But
Yes, it's been a long time since I've read Mr. Shala's books. But I gather he was in Albania. I don't know whether really he was in Tirana. I mean, you just need to go up the road to Kukas in northern Albania, and you'd be meeting Albanian officials there. So I don't know. I know that Senator Dole was very disappointed and even angry because he had been a very strong supporter of the Albanians in Kosovo, and he felt it was somehow disrespectful that he did not have proper meetings. So he was more angry from a political sense rather than from the point of view of the agreement. I must say, as we discussed, I guess yesterday, I was pleasantly surprised when we had meetings that people seemed to be understanding that Rambouillet was a positive development.
do you remember where other KLA leaders, and I'm going to mention their names, were at that time? And I'm thinking of Javid Khaliti, Azem Sula, and Kadri Vesely. During that lull period, did you see any of them in Kosovo?
I do not recall seeing any of them. Again, our operating assumption, which I believe is valid to this day, is that there was not much organization and then people were out having conversations with each other, and that it was a very retail business. That is, you couldn't just speak to someone who would then disseminate to people below on what was going to happen. My assumption, our assumption was that they had to get out and talk to a lot of different people.
So just on my question, and just to be clear, I'm sorry to be insistent, but you did not see during that lull period Azem Sula, Javid Haliti, or Kadri Veseli in Kosovo?
Not that I recall. I don't rule out the possibility that I did, but as I sit here without a piece of paper in front of me, I do not recall seeing them. I do recall going out into to a meeting with KLA people, and maybe they were there. I just don't recall the names. I'd have to. I mean, Tina Cadenow would usually write up the notes. Sean would write them up, Sean Burns, and we would try to make sure that Sean Burns would share them with us, because by the time his KDUM notes got back to the embassy, and then I'd look, if I looked at them, I'd say, wait a minute, that's not quite right, and then we couldn't find Sean, so I'd try to get it right in the first place so that we didn't have conflicting notes going back. So I don't know exactly who was at that meeting, except to say that I was I was optimistic, and believe me, when you're a special negotiator in Kosovo, you're never optimistic about anything. But I remember that day I was optimistic that maybe this Rambouillet process might work.
And we've received evidence, and I'll put it to you if it's useful, if you can't recall it in a second, but there was a time when you personally were informed that the general staff had agreed to sign Rambouillet. Is that right?
I must have been at some point told that, because the whole idea of meeting again in Paris was not to come back to Paris and say no, but rather to say yes. And so when we knew that the second phase was on, we knew they were going to agree to this. And again, my conversations with people during this period, which I believe was 3 weeks, were upbeat about the agreement. To be frank, I was very concerned that yes, we were getting the Albanian side to yes, but we're not getting the Serb side to yes. And I don't spend a lot of time rereading my book, but I do remember saying something like, the Albanians went back to Kosovo to find peace. The Serbs went back to Serbia to get ready for war. So there was definitely an upbeat feeling about what we were hearing in Kosovo, and a very downbeat feeling about what was going on in Serbia.
And do you recall, and I'm asking a lot of your memory, I do realize, but do you recall maybe being upbeat at that point, informing Secretary of State Madeleine Albright that the General Staff had given you that indication?
I'm sure I would have done that at some point. Again, we had, as I think someone noted yesterday, we had a lot of cooks stirring the broth. We had NGOs, and we had other people who were not working for me, such as our director for Southeastern Europe, Larry Rawson. And they had developed some relations of their own. You know, if you're the special envoy, you would like to be able to forbid all conversations that you have not, requested. The reality is there are a lot of cooks stirring the broth, and so I am sure that she was getting, that is Secretary Albright was getting positive vibes from a lot of people, and I'm sure at some point confirmed that.
And Just a couple more questions before our break, Ambassador. But moving on to the 18th of March of 1999 and the signature of the Rambouillet Agreement, am I correct to understand that 4 representatives of the KLA delegation signed that agreement?
I don't know, I don't recall that, but I certainly recall that the Albanian delegation was all in agreement. So I don't recall who actually signed. Everyone was in agreement. There was that signing ceremony in Paris. I must say to you, as an aside, I was very pleased that people who had not come together before had come together. I think there was an excessive sort of politicization of things, with people trying to elbow their way in front of Rugova and issues like that. But I think they had come together, and that was very satisfying to someone who had spent 9 months, if not producing a baby, at least producing a agreement on something that people had not agreed with before. That said, there was a sense of melancholy because we knew that Serbia was not there and that we were heading to a very fateful time.
So just briefly on that, and tell me if my understanding is incorrect in any way. Mr. Thaçi signed on behalf of the KLA, Mr. Rugova on behalf of the LDK, Mr. Chosai on behalf of his party, and Mr. Soroy as a sort of civic society individual.
I do not recall that Mr. Soroy had a signature there. Maybe he did. We had what we thought of as 3 groups: KLA, LDK, and independent intellectuals. Their term, not mine. And so I don't recall that we had 4 signatures. I do recall we had those 3.
And I think you made the point a moment ago, but you find yourself in the situation of having one side sign an agreement with no one else on the other side. I have 2 questions, and they link is, what was the point, and is it correct that certain states, maybe Italy or others, were a bit reluctant to have that happen, and if so, why?
I think there were some states within the contact group, and I think it's fair to say Italy was one of them, although I don't speak for the Italian government then or now. There were certain states saying, how could you have an agreement where only one side signs? The concept was to say, Serbs, this is now going to happen, and your best move would be to get on board and be part of this process, and that is the best way to safeguard Serbian interests, to be part of this process. And as Milosevic had said so many times, he said the Albanians will never agree on anything. So this refuted his view that they will never agree, and therefore, if they would never agree, then Serbia didn't need to agree. He didn't need to agree. So here we have the counterexample. They agreed. So, Mr. Milosevic, you're wrong about that, and you might consider what your next move is, because the Albanian side that you said would never agree with each other, they have done so. So that was the idea. It was not, at least not for me, because I am someone who believes war is a very serious purpose to a serious end, and I have a lot of problems with that kind of solution. There were people who felt, aha, now we can get ready. Because there were people, I was not one of them, who said, oh, we just need to bomb Serbia for 2 days and it'll be all over. He just needs to show that he's been bombed and then he will join in this process. I was not one of those.
I'll see you on the other side of the break, Ambassador Hill, and we'll continue with Mr. Milosevic.
So we'll take a 10-minute break. We're adjourned for 10 minutes.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated, please. Please bring the witness in. All right, Ambassador Hill, we'll continue with Judge Metro's questions.
Okay.
Thank you, Ambassador, and thank you for your patience. We were talking about President Milosevic, so I'll pick it up there. Very briefly, yesterday you discussed, and the day before you discussed an occasion which you placed, and you were not certain, in the fall of 1998, perhaps October or November, where President Milosevic made all sorts of allegations against Mr. Thaçi. I'm not interested in the nature of these allegations. Yeah. What I'm interested about is whether a number of things. The first is whether at the time when you had that meeting with Mr. Milosevic, you already knew who Mr. Thaçi was.
Well, I must have, otherwise he wouldn't have spoken about him by name, so I must have, I'm deducing that I did. In terms of what was going on, Milosevic felt that we were moving away from Rugova, and he felt that was a very bad mistake because he felt you would be dealing with KLA, which was much harder line. Now, I pause to point out that Rugova never, ever strayed from independence, but he certainly was not interested in armed struggle.
And why, if you know, of course, did Milosevic flag up or point to Mr. Thaçi as the alternative to Mr. Rugova?
I think there were, it could have taken place after Thaçi's name emerged. I'm still not sure when I first met Thaçi, but I think Milosevic was concerned that we were going to sideline Rugova and choose the KLA as our partner. Why he was concerned about that, I'm not sure. Certainly, our KDUM, very active contingent under Sean Burns, was naturally dealing a lot more with people in camouflage uniforms than they were the LDK. So that might have been one thing. But just as a general concept, he felt that we were somehow giving up with on Rugova. Now, I must say, a lot of other people felt we should give up on Rugova. And certainly Mr. Gelbart was much more interested in talking KLA. But to the question of why he mentioned Mr. Thaçi by name, I don't recall the circumstances, but there must have been some meeting between Thaçi and some Americans. And so he wanted to tell us this is a mistake.
As far as you recall, of course, did he mention any other KLA leader?
I don't remember. I really don't remember. I just remember that name. And I think it had to do, it might have been in the context of when the KLA said who their political director was going to be, I think that announcement was kind of end of the summer when the KLA put out one of those statements. I don't know.
Well, let me try. I'm trying to see if we can jog your memory on that. But time-wise, can you remember if the meeting you had with KLA leaders, including Mr. Thaçi, in Dragobil on the 6th of November was before or after your meeting with Milosevic?
If I were sure that it was before, that would be the easy answer. I'm just not sure about that.
Fair enough. Now, you've repeated a different subject. You have repeated a number of times that some people were accusing you of being a bit too friendly to the LDK and not friendly enough to the KLA. Do you remember saying these things?
Yes, but I'm also not 12 years old, and I realize that people will accuse you of things like that, and you just have to continue to do the best job you can.
I'll explain to you why I'm asking you that. I'm not trying to tease you into picking a fight with someone on that, but was Mr. Rubin one of the person who would hold this view?
You should ask him.
I need to ask you, sir, and it's to give you an opportunity to answer something he said that I will come to in a second.
I think he had more confidence in the KLA than he did in the LDK.
I'll take you to the document that's of interest and that explains my question, sir. It's Exhibit 1D358. It's a document that you were shown by the Krasniqi defense yesterday, Ambassador. I'll show you some of the parts. First, as you see, it's dated the 26th of February of 1999, so that you have a sense of time. And the subject is KLA delegation receives warm welcome, and it's classified by you. Do you see that?
I do. Again, classified by me is just an administrative matter. I believe, I'm just looking for why this doesn't have the usual line about it coming from KDUM, but maybe we had dispensed with that by that time.
I'll first go to this page. Maybe in the second page you'll find the information you're interested, sir. But if we can scroll down a little bit, you see under paragraph 1, there's a summary there. Can we scroll down a little bit more, please? And the last sentence in the summary says the following. It says Buya, that is Rambuya, and Krasniqi, that would be Jakub Krasniqi, we know from above, expressed determined confidence that Demaci's opposition would be overcome. Do you see that?
Yes.
And if we can turn, please, to the next page. Thank you. I'll ask you to look at paragraph 6, if we can scroll down. I'll give you a second for you to read it, and then I'll ask you about it.
Yeah.
So I'll read you the couple of sentences that are of interest here. It says, as noted above, Buya commented that the General Staff was meeting that afternoon with Thaçi. Buya indicated that he, Krasniqi, and Sulia would participate. Asked about Thaçi, both Krasniqi and Buya said stiffly that they would, open bracket, take care of him, close bracket, and that his opposition both to the Rambouillet package and to the provisional government proposed by Rugova, Chosia, and Thaçi on February 24 would be overcome. Now, when I asked Mr. Rubin about this passage, and in particular the word in quotation mark, take care of him, he suggested to me that this was yet another indication of your bias against the KLA. So I wanted to give you
My bias?
Your bias, yes, sir.
Okay, but I didn't write this.
And do you recall the discussion with Mr. Buya and Mr. Krasniqi about Mr. Thaçi's opposition?
No, I don't. I don't think I was having the discussion. Does it say I had this discussion? I took this to mean this was coming from Sean Burns.
So in response to my question, this is not something reflected of your bias. Would that be fair?
No, no. I mean, to me, what this is reflective of is the fact that gradually the KLA was coming around to the view that Rambouillet was a good thing to support. It ensured support from the contact group, especially the United States, and it would put much greater pressure on Serbia, on Milosevic. So I take this as kind of part of that process. Thaçi was as diplomatically as I could put it, without being rude about it, I think he was a very stubborn individual. And I think they were simply saying they could overcome his stubbornness. You know, on the one hand, let me just make this general thought. On the one hand, Washington was very concerned about, will this lead to a situation where we get involved in a kinetic war, dropping bombs? And that was very much what was on Washington's mind, with opinions split about whether that was going to help. Sandy Berger, the National Security Advisor, told me after this all happened, he said, I only heard 2 people ever tell me that Milosevic would give up after 2 days of bombing. But the other people said this is terra incognito once you start dropping bombs. I was in that category of very worried about how this would play out. Some people were not.
I won't ask you whom, Mr. Hill. I'll do you that favor. I'll ask you, though, about 2 other matters, and those are the last 2 matters you will be happy to hear that I want to ask you about. The first one is about the release process of the 9 Vijay soldiers that you have discussed. And you were shown Exhibit P1091, if we could bring it up, a couple of times. You will recall it's a manuscript of a book that is attributed to Jakub Krasniqi, and I want to ask for your assistance here. If we could please go to page SPOE 00231065. and I'll give you some context, Ambassador. If you feel you need to read backwards, we'll go backwards in
Okay.
the book. But you will recall you were shown some information by the parties about a meeting involving you, Mr. Petric, and a representative of the General Staff on the 11th. And then there appeared to be a second meeting on the 13th where Ambassador Walker is also present. So here we are in that phase. And
Which was not the picture that was shown yesterday. It was a different place.
understood. And here, if you need to read the whole page, please take your time. But you will see that Mr. Krasniqi, whose words they are attributed to, explain the process, and he mentions here, it's in the 6th line of the first paragraph at the top, that after much tense discussion, we requested that this promise should be put in writing in the form of agreement, and then there's a parenthesis. This has been the minimum of that which we had agreed in the General Staff. So my first question to you is, and again, it's a long time ago, but do you remember that as part of these negotiations over these 3 days, at some stage when you came up with the suggestion of a delayed release of Albanian detainees, that the General Staff was concerned about Milocevic's compliance,
Sincerity.
sincerity, if you wish, and that they asked for your undertaking in writing. Do you recall that particular?
I do. At first, the issue was from Mr. Krasniqi, who seemed to be the direct interlocutor in this with me. He said, how can we trust Milosevic? And I said, that's not your problem, that's my problem. Your problem is, do you trust me? So that way, and I kind of riffed on that point, but I was basically putting all the chips on the table and saying, this is the best that we're going to get. By the way, the idea of the delay was Milosevic's idea, just to be clear. So I do recall, now that you mention it, I do recall that they wanted something in writing. So we put together something. You understand, when an American diplomat gives something in writing, there's a whole bureaucratic process. You don't just write out stuff and say, here. The only person I ever saw do something like that was Holbrooke during the ceasefire, when we had the ceasefire just before Dayton. And I said, Dick, you can't do that. And he said, I can't wait for Washington to determine it. So I think I was in a similar situation, but I think I got more bureaucratic cover in terms of getting more people to agree to that approach.
And if you continue reading, you will see that in the middle of that paragraph, Mr. Krasniqi is explaining that on the 13th of January, he said, difficulty in consulting with colleagues who were abroad. And then he goes on to say, that's the last section of that paragraph that I want your assistant with. He says this: we, with the decisions which we were taking, would open the way for an important process for Kosovo. In taking this decision, we were helped by the practice followed by many of the assemblies of elders among our people, who demand of the head of the family that he should not send his representative to the assembly if he cannot make a decision. And so we had a responsibility, certainly a very difficult one, more difficult than that of the assembly of elders told us in Popular Stories, the decision was difficult but had great importance for later events. Now, you are quite familiar, I understand, with the Albanian culture. What do you understand Mr. Krasniqi to be saying here?
I'm not really sure, except to say that he's empowered.
And do you understand perhaps the use of the we as him and other taking responsibility for the decision of release?
I think the understanding, to the extent others were involved in this, and I'm sure this was not coming from just him, but rather from various military people who wanted to establish some kind of mechanism for the return of prisoners, because there had never been such a thing. And so I think people wanted that. And I think those who wanted to be very tough-minded on this got a little overruled on that. I mean, that's my sense of it. Also, you know, there were, hanging above a lot of this was the idea that maybe this tough-mindedness was discouraging the Americans. And I think the underlying idea was you got to stay with the Americans because they're the only ones who can make something happen in their favor. And so there was a little bit of a sense that we may be pushing the Americans a little too far, and which is why I did not find it useful to have Americans go out there and be excessively friendly with one side and not the other. I just didn't think that was in our interests, and was not going to lead to a better result. So I think that's what was going on with him. And finally, I just want to be clear about these people were always looking to have the KLA displace the LDK. It didn't happen, and Rambouillet, there ended up being a kind of equal participation. But they were very much interested in displacing the KLA, the LDK, which had been kind of in charge of the whole Kosovo issues in charge in a foreign policy sense. It was always Rugova that we would meet, et cetera. So when they saw Americans who seemed solicitous of the KLA viewpoint and spoke extremely harshly about Milosevic, they took, some of the hardliners in the KLA took a renewed sense of optimism that we were going to switch that. I did not think that was the right approach. I told people that in Washington, that we need to have a balanced approach where we deal with everybody, but you know, not everyone agreed with me. I mean, looking at me now, you would be amused to hear some people saying, you know, that Mr. Hill is too young to be doing this. So
I won't comment on that, Ambassador.
Thank you.
I want to take you to one last issue. When you were having a conversation in the past weeks with the defense, and I'm referring here to your preparation note at paragraph 16, you are recorded as saying that you recalled the issues with a couple of journalists and the Serbian soldiers. Now, I want to ask whether your memory is fresher today than it was yesterday, and whether you can recall an incident involving the detention of a couple of Serbian journalists.
You know, I tried to say yesterday, these issues came up, and as you discussed and you showed me some paper 45 minutes ago, where someone was being grabbed for the purpose of making a point, and then they were released. So there was a lot of catch and release going on. It was when, so, you know, these issues would come up in the context that we cannot support you if you're doing this kind, if you're kidnapping people. At the time, this kind of thing was unpleasant. It came up from time to time. But the real issue was to get people engaged on a document. My real issue was to get people engaged on a document that we knew that in their view would come up short of what their goals were.
I promise it's the last time I try to jog your memory, Ambassador, but I'll try nevertheless to give you an opportunity to do that. It's in the book we have in front of us, the manuscript attributed to Mr. Krasniqi, and it's at page SPOE 0023158, please. It's page 22 of the book, if it helps.
When was this book published? This is the unpublished book, right?
That is the, from its cover, he said, book in course of preparation, but it bears a date and a place. It says Pristina, February 2020.
Oh.
And if we can go to the lower part of the page, thank you, Mr. Ambassador Hill. The paragraph I'm interested in is the last one that starts with the words "the delegation."
Okay.
Here, the author is discussing two meetings that he had with you and other U.S. State Department, including Mr. Rossin and later the deputy to SSR RSG Peterson. But what I'm interested in is in the middle of that paragraph to the right, there's a sentence that starts, at this meeting, there was also discussion about two Serb journalists who had been taken prisoner near Golesh. Christopher Hill requested that they be released as soon as possible. I said that this would happen on the eve of the 28th November celebrations. First, I'll stop here. Do you know what the 28th November celebration refers to?
I thought this refers to a Yugoslav holiday, Dan Republike.
Then it goes on to say, this seemed to him to be not too far away, and he said to me with pointed cynicism, open quote, "You are not going to head them over to Vlora, are you?"
What, Vlora as in the city in Albania?
I'll read it to you and then
Okay.
I'll read it to you and I'll ask you the question if I may. I replied, open quote, on
I get it.
On 28th November, everywhere in Kosovo is Vlora.
Yeah.
End of quote. And then it goes on to claim, this reply at the moment came to me completely naturally, and I wanted to say that we were continuing along the road which our enemies had stopped in November 1912 and which had been made official in London in August 1930s by the ambassadors.
Yes.
Do you recall that exchange?
I don't.
Second.
I'll put the question. I did not have my microphone on,
Wait,
Ambassador.
Mr. Misicic had something. You were
Mr.
just
Micetic
waving?
was warning me that I did not have my microphone on. I'm grateful, Mr. Micetic. Mr. Micetic is very friendly. Ambassador, my apologies. Do you recall that meeting and discussion with Mr. Krasniqi about this matter?
I wish I did. It's, I think what I'm saying is I'm showing that I know what day, or where, rather, Flag Day was, the first time the two-eagled flag was raised after the collapse of the Ottoman Empire in this part of the Balkans, in Vlora in 1912. I just don't remember what day of the month Vlora was, but sometimes it was useful to suggest to an Albanian interlocutor, or any interlocutor really, that you know a little about their history. It's useful because when you can demonstrate some historical knowledge, people are less likely to tell you things that are frankly not really true. So if you show, hey, I get this, it's just helpful. So I'm not sure exactly how I did that, but I guess the reason I don't really remember is they did get released. I tell you, the good news came in short supplies, and you just kind of, okay, and then you're back to bad news, so.
Thank you, Ambassador. Those were my questions. Thank you.
Thank
Judge Gaynor is at your left, my right.
Thank you, Judge Smith. Good morning, Ambassador. I'm going to ask you questions just about two State Department cables. Both of these were on the Thaçi presentation queue. They're P1067 and P1069. They're both public. Could I ask the court officer to call up P1067? And you'll see on your screen in a moment a cable which appears to be from the American Embassy in Belgrade to the Secretary of State in Washington, D.C., also for the information of the European Political Collective and the American Embassy in Tirana. Do you see that?
Yes, I sure do.
And is it likely that you may have been one of the recipients of this?
I would hope so. I'm a little surprised that Belgrade was sending out a cable that late in the day, but I'd have to read what they're saying about it.
And on that point, just so the record is clear, where it says 03-1743 Z Nov 98, does that mean it's sent out at 7:34 Zulu time on the 3rd of November 98?
Correct. But now I see what this is. This is Sean Burns sending a message up to Belgrade, and Belgrade doing a quote-unquote light edit of Sean's report.
And his report, it's being sent out on the 3rd of November, which is 3 days before your visit to Dragabil on the 6th of November with Sean Burns. Isn't that right?
That would be correct, yes. My only question is, when was it actually drafted and how quickly did they move it out the door? The date time group you see up there is when it actually went.
Sure. Now, given that you were going to Dragabil to meet Hashim Thaçi, Jakub Krasniqi, and others with Sean Burns, is it likely that even if you hadn't read the cable in detail, that Sean Burns would certainly have shared his analysis of the KLA structure with you?
I can't say that for sure. Sean, who had served in Embassy Belgrade before, was very concerned that his reporting channel be through Belgrade and not through the special envoy, who happened to also be the ambassador to Skopje, that is namely me. He was very concerned that he had this channel and not through me. So in a perfect world, and this was anything but, whatever is in this cable, I haven't read it yet, should have been shared with me, and we should have had better coordination on this.
Can we turn to the next page of the cable, please? Now, under paragraph 5, I'll read it out But here Mr. Burns seems to write, quote, as best we can tell at this point, the KLA General Staff or Headquarters is made up of at least 6 departments: political, information, logistics, police, justice, and operations. The political department is made up of 7 individuals, only one of whom appears to live abroad, Bardil Mahmouti. Hashim Thaçi, the Drenica political commissar, appears to be the head of the political department. The political department may also be synonymous with the KLA leadership. Unquote. So do you have any observations about Burns' identification of Thaçi as being the actual leader of the KLA?
You know, there were honest people disagreed with a lot of issues going on the ground there. I think Sean was more inclined than I to suggest there was a well-organized vertical entity known as the KLA. He would use kind of Western military terms, although using the term commissar may have been harkened back to Sean's experience working in Moscow, I'm not sure. But he suggests a highly structured organization that I did not share that view. And I feel to some extent, I mean, I have nothing but respect for Sean, but I feel to some extent this attempt to describe an overall organization of something from his vantage point went beyond his capacity to do so.
Later on in that paragraph, it says, the Drenica Malishevo political leadership, which is to say, Hashim Thaçi, claims to speak for all of the zones and hints that it is the general staff. So that seems to be Burns reporting what he has been directly told himself.
Sean was as we say in the Foreign Service, a real street guy. He'd go out and talk to people. So he was probably told this by somebody. But as often happened in Kosovo, and Kosovo's not alone in this, information is often designed not so much to inform, but rather to influence. And so I think some of this was done to influence us and to convince us that this was a extremely organized army. And I just, I didn't see this. I didn't see what he said he was seeing, and frankly, I disagreed with it.
Now, I want you to take...
And I told people that too. I mean, I could not put myself in the position of censoring his cables, but this was not how I would have described it.
I want to take you now to some visual observations,
Yeah.
Which are recorded in this cable. If we could go to the next page, please. At the top of the page, it reads, for the most part, the KLA troops look fresh, are dressed in what appear to be crisp new uniforms, and carry modern infantry weapons. In Likovats, we saw one small unit of half a dozen men dressed in new light grey jumpsuits, carrying 12.7mm sniper rifles. Another dozen or so were dressed in the black jumpsuits of the elite Tigers unit, and were carrying automatic weapons, light machine guns, and shoulder-fired grenade launchers. In the Malishevo area, at night we have seen KLA trucks carrying troops in full battle gear. And if we move to the end of paragraph 7, in Malishevo, it says, we have seen the largest and best organized groups of KLA troops. On 2 occasions we have seen platoon-sized groups, 30 to 40 men, in full battle gear, preparing to move out from the village of Pagarusa. I'm just posing for the interpreters. The impression that is given there is that Sean Byrne's group visually observed KLA forces that were armed, that were in uniforms, and at least in one location, seemed to be organized in platoon-sized groups in full battle gear. Do you have any comments about that?
I can just say, I feel that these paragraphs are designed to influence rather than inform. The KLA troops look fresh. I don't know what you mean by looking fresh. Presumably, I don't look very fresh at this moment because I didn't sleep well from jet lag, but someone may say I look fresh. I don't know what that means. Dressed in what appear to be crisp new uniforms. I don't know. So I understand, I think, what's going on here, but the fact that we could not get in touch with people for 9 months, finding any kind of organization beyond people saying, oh, we'll talk to him, we'll take care of him, you know, this kind of thing. I do not share the view that we were dealing with an organized Western, you know, NATO-ready army, which is what this makes it sound like.
I'd like to move now to page 5. And at the end of page 4, it says, our KLA contacts talk repeatedly of the general staff, but are vague about its composition and location.
Yeah.
It goes on to say, the general staff appears to have at least 6 departments. And on the next page, those 6 departments are identified. And you can see them right there: operations, logistics, political, which is headed by Hashim Thaçi, information, which is primarily responsible for intelligence matters, but may have a press function as well, police, responsible for law enforcement. Sabit Getzi or Getzai claims to be in charge of this department, and justice. So there we see a fairly detailed outline of the structure of the general staff based on the information that Sean Burns and his team have been able to accumulate, presumably.
Presumably from KLA sources. This would have to have been from the KLA. One other note I would make is that the KLA was very anxious to say, one, they are the ones who count in Kosovo, not this legacy thing called LDK. 2, that if we need allies in a struggle, in a battle against Serbia, we have a well-organized army on the ground known as the KLA. And 3, since they have an army, they have the political control, the only thing they didn't have was an air force. And frequently, we would be told that we needed to get involved in a bombing campaign. So I think a lot of this was designed to influence rather than inform. I think at a minimum, when you see things like this, the question should be, okay, check this out. What do they say? How are they? I mean, go visit them. Find out what this really looks like. So count me as a skeptic in this idea of the KLA organized in this way. To me, the issue was that Kosovo, which was 80–90% Albanian, had been rudely mishandled by the Serbs. The status quo couldn't go on. We needed to restore autonomy. We needed to find interlocutors on the ground to work on our proposals. That is, when I say our, I'm talking contact group. And that we needed to interest Belgrade in changes. This kind of material is to me, suggesting that we should get ready for war.
Thank you. I believe we'll take a break now for half an hour.
Okay, we take our regular half-hour break. We're adjourned until 11:30.
All rise. All rise.
All right, Judge Gaynor has some more questions for you, Ambassador Hill. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge Smith. Could the court officer move to the lower half of that page? Ambassador, on the same page we can see that according to Sean Burns, he says as follows: according to Hashim Thaçi, the political department of the general staff is made up of the following individuals. First himself, and then the next paragraph, Jakub Krasniqi.
Yeah.
We have neither seen him nor heard of his activities in some time, but Thaçi claims that Krasniqi remains active.
Yeah.
And then we see Bardil Mahmouti. Do you have any comments about the membership of the political directorate there?
These are familiar names. I'm not sure I have any comments per se. Yeah.
Sorry. If we move then to 2 pages further on, we just see that it's reported there that the KLA leaders we have met recently have made clear their eagerness for regular contact with US representatives. Thaçi and Mahmouti are especially eager for KLA leaders, otherwise unspecified, to meet soonest with Ambassadors Holbrooke and Hill. And then, of course, 3 days later, they did, in fact, meet you, Mr. Krasniqi, and Mr. Thaçi. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And I've read and listened carefully to your evidence of your impressions that you gained at that meeting. And in your summary, at paragraph 28, you say, Thaçi was a political leader, not a military leader. Hill did not see that Thaçi had control beyond what he had in the room. That's what you said. I want to explore that a little. And I want to start out with the difference between political and military. Would you agree that the KLA was an armed liberation movement?
Yes, the only question was how integrated it was as opposed to various groups being loosely affiliated with it, taking their own orders. And so the question is, was it an organization, as Sean here suggests?
But given that it was an armed liberation movement, what exactly is the difference between a political leader and a military leader of an armed liberation movement?
I think to some extent in this context, the political leader would be someone who is sort of playing the role, I mean, this is a funny way to put it, of a foreign minister rather than internal matters. My impression, and all I can give you are my impressions, and my impression is if you look at Thaçi's background, there's nothing there that suggests he could have moved issues internally, but externally he understood how the world was working and understood the importance of getting the U.S. On their side and keeping them on their side.
We'll move now to P1069. This is another cable. And when it comes up on the screen in front of you, Ambassador, you'll see that it was sent at 0938 Zulu time on the 18th of December 1998. It appears to be from the American Embassy in Belgrade to the Secretary of State in Washington, D.C., the American Embassy in Skopje, Info European Political Collective. It's also being sent to JAC Molesworth, DIA, Washington, D.C., Secretary of Defense, Washington, D.C., the Commander of the 6th Fleet, Naples, Italy, CIA, Washington, D.C., and further down in the middle of the page we see NSC for Hurley.
Yeah.
Would that NSC, what does NSC refer to here?
First of all, the way cables are structured is you have embassies that are recipients, and you'll have military operations who are military headquarters that are recipients. And as you see, Sec State is the State Department, but for reasons that have kind of opaque at this point, it sounds like it's going directly to a person. So it's not. I mean, if you lost your watch and you thought it was at some office in the State Department, you'd send a cable that said to Sec State. It's not to the Secretary of State. It's you have to go down to those slug lines, and the slug lines, Department for EURSCE, that was the office dealing with South Central Europe, that is the Balkans office. TMS, I can't even remember what that one was. So it sounds like this is a cable going to everybody, but it's really going to a couple of people at a fairly low level. Same with NSC. NSC is National Security Council. So you go, my goodness, so who's in the National Security Council? That's the President, the Vice President, the Secretary of Defense, the Secretary of State, and then it's for someone named Hurley. I'm not sure even who that is. So you have to be careful not to think that this is going to everybody. What is interesting about this, and I must have known it at the time, but I don't recall it, is XDIS, not as exclusive. You saw the one where Madeleine Albright was in the room, and that cable referred to it was no dis, meaning no distribution, highly restricted distribution. XDIS means exclusive distribution, also very limited, but not as limited as no dis. So it's a little odd to be sending an XDIS cable to a couple of offices. It's a little odd because an XDIS cable you should be having the Assistant Secretary of Europe. Can't remember who that was right offhand, but you should be having the Assistant Secretary getting all the XDIS. So these look like kind of daily reports that Sean is sending in, and I think this is not the first time in our cable system, a little over categorized.
Further down at 1C, it says this report was prepared by US KDOM on the basis of field observations, conversations with Kosovo Liberation Army KLA leaders, and well-informed Kosovar observers, including senior Serbian police officials.
Let me just say, so...
Excuse me, witness. Wait till the question gets
I'm
asked
sorry.
and don't try to anticipate what they're looking for. The previous question, you were asked, what is NSC? That was all you were asked, and you put in a paragraph like this long.
Okay.
So just try to listen to what the question is, answer it first. If Judge Gaynor needs more information, he'll ask for it.
Okay, it was just, it's not 1C. C means confidential.
Thank you. Ambassador, was this likely prepared by Sean Burns?
Absolutely.
Right. On the basis, it appears, of a fairly strong body of background information.
That is what he's saying, yes.
Now, could we go to the second page of this? At the second biggish paragraph you see there, he says, no clear leader of the KLA has emerged, though General Staff Political Director Hashim Thaçi's profile has become more prominent. In our meetings, KLA military leaders have clearly deferred to Thaçi. And I want to invite your comments on the observation that, based on what Burns saw, the military leaders were deferring to Thaçi.
This cable was when?
18th of December 1999. 1998.
I think he is saying, and I would agree, that Thaçi, who was kind of an unknown as a result of meeting people, and you recall he was having direct phone calls with Petrich, had raised his visibility, yes.
If we can move now to a page which has the ERN number 075323. It's also paginated as 8 of 20. That's it. And there's a header here which says the KLA General Staff. And it acknowledges that the staff is relatively incoherent because it's constantly in motion. Halfway down, he says, quote, nevertheless, we have been able to identify several GHQ members. They include Hashim Thaçi, chief of the GHQ's political directorate, Recep Selimi, Rame Bouya, and if we turn the page, we see Jakub Krasniqi, KLA spokesman and a member of the political directorate, Suleiman Sultan Selimi, Assem Zula, and Javet Haliti. And it goes on to say we believe that Sokol Bashota and Nuruddin Ishibishi may also be members of the GHQ, but they can't confirm that. Now, would you agree that here we have rather detailed information based on fairly reliable sources as to the identity of members of the General Staff?
Yes, however, I note they seem to be all from Drenica.
Indeed, that leads into our next point, which is on page 075327, which is also paginated as 12 of 20. I'll read out several parts of this. It says here, it appears that the Drenica group has fought and apparently succeeded in asserting its control over the new KLA hierarchy that is emerging. The Drenica group appears to be led by Hashim Thaçi and is made up largely of moderates who favor a political solution over more fighting, unquote. That once again appears to suggest that if anyone is leading the KLA, it's Hashim Thaçi.
I'm not in a position to analyze. I mean, he's saying that appears to be what he's saying.
If we go on around the middle of the page, it says, quote, the leadership is made up of former political prisoners, Jakub Krasniqi and Rame Bouya, for example, who became politically active in the early 1980s, of former leaders of the early 1990s students' movement, Thaçi, and Recep Selimi, for example, and fighters like Suleiman Selimi, Malishevo military commander, Çelik, and Podujevo military commander Ishibishi, a former JNA officer. The former political prisoners are reportedly the leaders of the moderate wing, while former student leaders like Thaçi and Selimi are more radical. Though they claim to support the political track in their contact with us, Thaçi's and Selimi's tone and approach are tougher than Buyez, Krasniqi's, and Bashota's. Thaçi, who the others appear to defer to, is nevertheless not universally liked. Unquote. Now, my reading of that is, again, there is actually very clear identification by name of numerous members of of what this writer believes to be the KLA leadership, and of those, Hashim Thaçi appears to be the first among equals, if you like.
In reading this very quickly, I agree that appears to be what it's saying, especially the idea that Drenica has somehow asserted primacy over other groups throughout Kosovo. This is, I think, great effort to try to put together a lot of disparate information and make it into something coherent so that we would know what we're dealing with.
Now, if we could go to page 075325, we're now talking about the assessed size of the KLA. And a protected source has claimed several times, we're in paragraph 9 at the bottom of the page, I should say, the person's name is redacted, has claimed several times that the KLA possesses 30,000 soldiers and an equal number of weapons. We understand that the KLA table of organization provides generally that each zone contains 5 brigades. Brigades can have up to 5 battalions of 140 to 150 men each. We therefore estimate that the KLA could contain as many as 22,000 men. We doubt, however, that the number is so high and believe a more likely guesstimate is in the 7,000 to 12,000 range. Did you have any reason to consider these figures inaccurate?
No, it's just that I don't know how they were compiled, and such information is normally normally put together back in Washington within the intelligence community rather than in a cable. So this is a little surprising that there was this amount of texture. Sean did have a military background, so he was able to make sense of some of this in a way that maybe a typical Foreign Service officer couldn't. But normally, this kind of information would be sent back to Washington, and there would be an all sources look at what we're talking about in the KLA. And I am not in a position, I don't recall whether this was something that the intelligence community had agreed is more or less accurate. I just don't know at this point.
In terms of structure, you've seen that Burns assesses that the 7,000 to 12,000 men were divided into zones, which were divided into brigades, which were divided into battalions. Did you, at any stage, have any opportunity to review internal KLA communications, whether issued by the zone commands or the brigade commands or by the battalions?
I think this granularity of brigades and battalions is something that we were never able to observe or therefore confirm. So this is far more detail about the structure than any embassy in the field could have produced. And for me, the real question would be, how was this received in offices in Defense Department, in our intelligence community? How did they view this? Did they take it seriously? I don't know. From my point of view, trying to get a negotiation going, it didn't change a lot for me, because we knew we needed the KLA as part of a negotiation. No matter how many brigades they had, we needed them as part of it, but we didn't need them to be pushing aside the LDK and saying the LDK was somehow irrelevant, which is what some people were trying to say at the time.
So would I be right in understanding that your assessment as to the extent to which the KLA was organized or not organized, it was not based to any real extent on reading internal communications issued by the brigades, issued by the zone commands, issued indeed by battalions within the KLA? Is that a correct understanding?
I'm sorry, could you repeat?
What I say is this. Did you have access, as far as you can recall, to a file of documents issued by the zone commands, issued by the brigade commands, issued by the battalions?
I
within the
don't
KLA?
know. I don't recall having access of that kind. I think my reaction to this was, let's see what people who deal with this for a living, that is, assessing the capacity of foreign armies. We have offices in the Defense Intelligence Agency, in the Central Intelligence Agency, whose jobs, morning till night, is to try to come up with the order of battle of every military formation out there in the world. So I would have been interested in what they had to say. But from my point of view of what I was trying to do was to try to make sure we had, I'll use a term from more modern day, our inclusive negotiating team. I wanted to make sure that we had people from the KLA, from the LDK, and then these independent types who I thought were could be part of the solution. So that was what I was trying to do. Reading this would suggest that the KLA is a potent force, and maybe they were, but it didn't change what I needed them to do, which was to take part in the negotiations.
Those are all my questions. Thank you, Ambassador.
Sorry, Judge Barta has some questions now.
Could I just make one other point? One thing I noticed in that cable is a lot of the paragraphs, for instance, C means confidential, but N/F means no foreign, meaning that you would not release the contents of that to a non-American. And it usually means that you're trying to keep your office in NATO from giving this to other NATO members. You might say releasable France, Germany, et cetera. I didn't see any of that. So I was a little surprised. Why would you try to keep this from allies? So that's just a comment. But
That's very helpful. Thank you, Ambassador.
Thank you, and good morning, Ambassador Hill. I have only a few more questions for you, and I promise it won't take too long.
I apologize for my long answers.
It's okay.
That's okay.
You're not the only one.
Ambassador Hill, you told us during the last 2 days of your testimony that Mr. Thaçi had been the head of the Kosovo-Albanian delegation in Rambouillet, representing the KLA, and I assume you're aware that he, Mr. Thaçi, later became the Prime Minister of the so-called PGOK, or Provisional Government of Kosovo. Is that right?
That is correct.
Apparently, the Rambouillet conference and the establishment of the PGOK were also the subject of your interview with the defense, the Thaçi defense, on 9 July 2025, as can be seen from paragraph 33. And the following paragraphs of the summary of your interview. Do you remember discussing this with the defense? Rambouillet and the establishment of the PGOK?
Yeah, yes, especially the establishment of the negotiating group, which was a three-headed group with nobody leading the other two.
Thank you. During your examination by the Thaçi defense on Monday, you were shown a document that purported to be a political declaration of the KLA general staff, and just for our record, this is Exhibit 1D50, and I refer to page 27679 and the following page of our transcript. In that document, Mr. Thaçi was announced along with 5 other individuals as a political representative of the KLA. You recall seeing this document, which was also mentioned by my colleague Judge Mitro earlier today.
Yes.
Now, Ambassador Hill, based on your knowledge at the time and now, do you know what Mr. Thaçi did before the war, that is before March 1998? Do you know whether he had any role in the KLA?
I was not aware of any role that he had, and our understanding was he had been a student in Western Europe and had returned to Kosovo from those studies.
Thank you. During your cross-examination by the prosecution yesterday, you said that you didn't know whether Mr. Thaçi was a founding member of the KLA and that you were not in a position to confirm this. And again, this is just for a record, can be found on page 75 of yesterday's provisional transcript. Ambassador Hill, do you recall saying this yesterday?
Yes, that was in answer to the question, was he a founding member? And I am not in a position to say whether he was or wasn't. I must say at the time we were thinking someone 31 years old who had spent time in Western Europe was probably not a founding member of anything, but I am not in a position to say whether that guess was true or not.
Thank you. My question now is, do you know when and how the KLA was founded and who founded the KLA?
I don't recall the stories now, but I do recall there were various theories about it, many of them surrounding the attack on the Asari family home, which took place in May.
Which year?
In May 1998.
Thank you. You further said yesterday that prior to the Rambouillet negotiations, Mr. Thaçi was described to you as a member of the KLA's political directorate, and this can also be found on page 74 of yesterday's transcript. Is that right?
Yes, that he was he had the position of political directorate. My concern was I didn't really know what that meant, except that he seemed to be the representative or the head of the delegation to the KLA at the Rambouillet Accords, so that would suggest that there was some clout to that position.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask you whether you know now who told you that Mr. Thaçi was indeed a member of the political directorate.
Again, I think it was contained, and this is an empirical question that I'm sure someone can look up, but I think it was contained in one of the announcements.
Thank you. And my final question, Ambassador Hill, assuming that the information is correct, how do you explain that Mr. Thaçi was able to obtain all these positions and roles in the KLA and later in the PGOK? In other words, how was it possible for him, as you said, as a former student, to obtain all these high-ranking positions, since you said he had, or you had the impression that Mr. Thaçi had no influence and power and authority? What is your explanation, if you have any?
Well, I don't have an explanation. I have a number of thoughts, some of which may be conflicting. One of them is that they weren't as powerful as they may have looked to the outside. After all, any decisions he made always seemed to be preceded by a lot of consultation. So my impression was that he was a credible interlocutor, but not a decision maker. And this impression gained some altitude. This impression made sense when he said he could not agree to what was being done at Rambouillet when he said, if I go back, I'll be killed. So usually the decision maker doesn't make that kind of comment. So I took it to mean that he was trusted to gather the information and trusted to make the arguments that are made by the KLA, but not entrusted to make decisions.
Thank you very much. That's all from me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any follow-up questions?
Yes, Mr. President.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Ambassador Hill. I just have a few follow-up questions for you, just following up on what the judges asked you about and nothing more. You were asked both by Judge Matreau and by Judge Bartha about what we call the political declaration number 7, which was the declaration on the 13th of August, 1998, where the KLA General Staff purported to announce who its political representatives were.
Yes.
Okay. However, you did not, that was issued on the 13th of August. You do not recall meeting Mr. Thaçi before the 6th of November. Should we read into that 3-month span anything about what you thought about the announcement on the 13th of August?
I'm not sure what could be read into it, except that the KLA would often release statements of that kind. Of course, what was interesting here was they're releasing some names. So I know we tried to find out who these people were, but again, we were not yet in a position to make proposals along the lines of what we did at Rambouillet. So I don't think there was any purpose in not meeting them. I would stress that it wasn't easy to get to people who were not living in Pristina and were obviously subject to arrest by the Serbian authorities. So I think there are a lot of practical concerns in terms of meeting them, but my recollection is what you suggest, which was that in 3 months we did not have a meeting, but maybe we did, and maybe I'm failing to remember something.
Okay. If we could, you were asked about another document by Judge Matreau, which is a code cable that I'd like to bring back up on the screen, which is Exhibit 1D267, please. Now, you'll recall this cable, if we could just stop there for a second. Paragraph 2, if we could take a look at that, just so you see the date and the time.
Yeah.
It's about a meeting that took place on the 21st of February at 1:30 p.m. in the Chateau at Rambouillet. You see that? And the timing is important here for the next series of questions I'm going to ask. So there's a meeting at 1:30 that afternoon, and if we scroll down and read the summary of the discussion.
Could I just see who was there? So
Yes.
the secretary, myself, Ruben Dobbins, and the note taker, Thaçi, Rugova, Soroy, and Chosia. Yeah.
Okay. If we go right underneath that, you'll see where the summary begins. The secretary told the Kosovar Albanian presidency they must undo the damage they caused, demanding new concessions of contact group ministers, or accept responsibility for the failure of the talks. If the members of the presidency were unable to lead their delegation to accept the current text, the secretary would be forced to conclude they were not serious about peace or international military security guarantees. She suggested, and the presidency accepted, a strategy to arrive at a final understanding of the text by midnight on 21 February, which is that same day. The Secretary refuted Kosovar-Albanian criticisms of the text, and Ambassador Hill warned language on a referendum would not be forthcoming. If we pause there for a second. Can you tell us, based on that summary, if you recall what the discussion is about and what had happened?
Yes, the discussion was concerned, I think, of public perception that we were getting the groups to yes, followed by a KLA statement to suggest that they were not on board. And that is when the Italian foreign minister, Mr. Dini, said, wait a minute, Americans, you told us they were on board. You told us they were getting to yes. And so the KLA, by making the statement to the effect of they had not agreed to anything, created a circumstance where we looked like we were not being forthcoming with our allies. And therefore, I think Secretary Albright was reading the Riot Act to them and telling them, we can't go forward with this kind of thing. You need to, the KLA, you need to fix that. And I guess my intervention was, a lot of people were very skeptical of this idea of having a referendum because it's called a referendum. In the Balkans, it would just be a census. You would know that every Albanian would vote in one way and every Serb would vote in another way, and that this would absolutely determine the future of Kosovo, and everyone knew what that meant. It's one of the reasons the Serbs would not go along with Rambouillet, because of the inclusion of the provision of a referendum. But then for us to come out with the language of a referendum simply made it more difficult to get allied, our partners and allies interested in going forward. We did not want a situation, as Foreign Minister Dini was suggesting, that we were somehow cooking the books in favor of Albanian, Kosovo independence.
Okay. What I'd like to go is step by step in the order of what happened. And the way, you tell me if I'm wrong, but this passage seems to suggest that the Kosovo delegation was demanding new concessions, and you were warning that language on a referendum would not be included in the text.
Yeah.
At that point in the negotiations, I'm saying.
At that point in the negotiation, there was a promise of a referendum, but not the text of a referendum.
Right. And so let's then continue in the document. And if we could go to the page that was shown to you by Judge Matreau, which is DHT 05129, please. And here we see at paragraph 11, it says, Ambassador Hill added that the last-minute demands by the presidency convinced the contact group at the highest levels that the U.S. was not being honest with them, and that the U.S. was maneuvering the contact group to accept a phony yes from the Albanians in order to go ahead with military strikes against the Serbs. And if we go into paragraph 12, Ambassador Hill asked for an explanation of the KLA communique number 31, which an Italian Foreign Minister Dini read during the ministerial, and which indicated the KLA did not support the efforts at Rambouillet. KLA Rep Thaçi stated that whatever agreement was reached at Rambouillet would obligate the KLA to implement it and would be respected in Kosovo. Thaçi said, I guarantee it, I have the power to do so. Hill answered that it was important to say so to help regain the trust of the contact group. And if we could turn to paragraph 17 in this document before we flip back to this paragraph. 17 is Mr. Thaçi's position. KLA Rep Thaçi reiterated it was the delegation's right to ask for language on a referendum in 3 years' time. Though the demand for a referendum had sparked a negative reaction from the negotiators and contact group, nevertheless, the Kosovar Albanians felt it should at least be taken into consideration. Thaçi defended this position by stating that a guaranteed referendum would end the bloodshed in Kosovo. and he assured the Secretary that the referendum would reflect accurately the non-Albanians in Kosovo. Thaçi called the referendum the key to Rambouillet. Now if we can go back to the paragraph previously. Can you help us understand when this sentence, Thaçi said, "I guarantee it, I have the power to do so." What could he guarantee and what was he asking for, in your understanding at the time?
I think he was trying to assure us that he could really speak for the KLA and not to be concerned about stray voices on the KLA. I remember not thinking that he could really come through with that. So the problem for us was still there. We had a problem convincing our allies that the KLA was serious about Rambouillet. And when this issue came up, it really demonstrated to our partners and allies that you do have a problem.
If the agreement included an independence referendum, as Mr. Thaçi was demanding,
Yeah.
did you think he could then deliver the KLA?
Jim O'Brien, who is the department lawyer and worked directly with Madeleine Albright, had included the fact of a referendum, a will of the people, in Rambouillet. Not the text of it, but the fact that there would be in the final text of Rambouillet a reference to disposition of Kosovo being determined by will of the people. So it was there. Our partners, our diplomatic partners, felt that this was making it impossible to get Serbia on board because the Serbs understood that a referendum simply would mean that it's going to be independent, and they were not prepared to accept that. So the idea was not to get too explicit about it with a text of a referendum.
Okay. We can take a look at what Mr. Thaçi's reaction was to that not explicit reference in the text itself. And if we could go in the new queue that we just released to Exhibit 1D282, which is a code cable from the same day at 4 p.m. So, I mean, not the cable, but the meeting at 4 p.m. of the same day.
I'm sorry, this is a cable going from the U.S. delegation back to Washington?
I'll show you the front page, and you can maybe do a better job telling me who it's going to than I could. The cable is dated, as you see, the 25th of February, but it's reporting on a meeting, if we scroll down a little bit, on the 20th of February. And if we turn the page, first of all, you can take a look to see where it's going and then tell me when I can turn the page.
Okay, go ahead.
If we turn the page and go to paragraph number 2, it tells you the date and time of the meeting that it's reporting on.
Okay.
So this is now 2.5 hours after the first meeting began. And if we go to the next page, paragraph 4, the summary says, the Secretary requested a decision from the Albanian delegation by 4:30 that afternoon on whether it would agree to the proposed interim settlement. The Albanians did not commit to provide one. If we scroll down the page for Mr. Thaçi's position, Thaçi continues to press for a referendum. It says, Thaçi apologized for wasting the time of the contact group, but the Albanian delegation had to make important decisions which could not be rushed. He hoped that the United States could understand their tardiness. The Kosovo Albanians have always been and will always be with the United States. However, the people of Kosovo must be able to express their judgment about their status after the expiration of the 3-year interim period. And now we get to paragraph 9, which is the issue you've been discussing just now. The Secretary underscored that the document under consideration by the delegation did not preclude such a right. Ambassador Hill would also be willing to issue a public letter which confirmed the right of the people of Kosovo to hold a referendum after 3 years. Thaçi rejoindered that Ambassador Hill's letter would be a public letter, but not an official letter. It would have no weight. Now, do you recall, does that refresh your recollection about how this discussion was
Yes,
going?
yes, it does. And of course, Thaçi was having trouble selling this to people who counted. You know, not unlike any negotiator, you think you got a deal and you're talking to people back home and they're saying, look, this is terrible. Go back in there and tell them you can't, it's unacceptable. Happens all the time to a negotiator.
Okay, and then I'll just conclude this by going to what happened 30 minutes later. And if we could go to 1D359, also in the new queue, please.
It's interesting, public letter versus official letter. This is a degree of bureaucratic hair splitting that kind of eludes me.
And if we, I'll show you again the cover so you can see, and if we could scroll down a little bit, please. If we turn the page, you see in point 2, it's reporting on the meeting at 4:30 on the same day in the chateau. And you see the contact group members are there as well as the delegation. And if we go to the next page, paragraph 8, please. It says the presidency of the Kosovar Albanian delegation, Hashim Thaçi, Recep Çosia, Ibrahim Rugova, plus Vetan Saroy, entered the room, and Foreign Minister Vedrin posed both questions, noting that question 2 would not bind the Russians. Thaçi answered question 1 on the framework and political settlement by stating that we do not say no, but at the same time insisting on the definitive right of the people of Kosovo to express themselves. We are calling for the right for a referendum. Dini asked if this meant yes. Thaçi said they were prepared to say yes only if, after the interim period, they had a clearly recognized right to hold a referendum. Now, do you recall the communique that Judge Matro showed you was issued by people calling themselves the General Staff in Kosovo, demanding that the right to self-determination be included in the deal?
Yes.
Correct? Okay. So what Mr. Thaçi here, is what he's demanding here, did you understand it to be consistent with what was being demanded from Kosovo?
Yeah, classic situation of a negotiator out on the edge of his skis, trying to make the case and getting pushed back by people at home.
Okay, thank you. Turning to another topic that Judge Matro raised with you, which is when this meeting with Mr. Milosevic took place where he mentioned Mr. Thaçi. And I'd like to just see if I could refresh your recollection to maybe establish a date. And I'm going to take you to that chronology that I think you've seen a couple of times now that was published by the Congressional Research Service. If we could please go to DHT 02858 to DHT 02880, please, which should be in the original queue. And it's now Exhibit 1D310, I'm told. And if we go to page DHT 02872, please. If we scroll down to February 16, now in the middle of the Rambouillet talks, it says U.S. envoy Christopher Hill flew to Belgrade to meet with Yugoslav President Milosevic in an attempt to make progress on the issue of the NATO peacekeeping presence. Milosevic continued to refuse to accept a future NATO deployment on Yugoslav soil. In Washington, Secretary of State Albright called such a position a deal breaker and warned that it would follow by NATO bombings. And if I can further try to refresh your recollection with a newspaper article we found on your meeting here that this is discussing. If we could please call up in the new queue, DHT 12579 to DHT 12594, please. If we could please turn to, here you can see there's a series of press reports from a listserv called International Justice Watch that cross-posts newspaper articles. And if we could go to page DHT 12585, please. This is now talking about this meeting in February of '99. It says, Hill traveled Wednesday with British and French representatives and Serbian negotiator Nikola Shinovic to meet with Milosevic. U.S. State Department spokesman James Foley said Wednesday that Hill, quote, delivered a very clear message to President Milosevic to come to terms now with the threat of NATO airstrikes.
Interpreters note the speaker is kindly noted to slow down when reading. Thank you.
Agence France-Presse reported February 17 that, quote, a Western diplomatic source close to the Rambouillet conference said that the talks lasted just about 4 hours. And to spare the interpreters, I'll let you read the next paragraph. That might refresh your recollection.
About the Times of London?
Yes, about the distress that Wolfgang Petrich had with about your trip.
Mr. Mišetić, just while the witness is reading, will you make sure to ask the witness whether that's the same meeting is...
Well, that's the point. I'm getting there. Yeah.
I'm grateful.
Yeah.
Okay, I got it.
Okay, so first of all, do you recall that you went to visit Mr. Milosevic in Belgrade during the Rambouillet talks?
Yes, I do. I recall going twice. I'm having trouble, however, remembering that I was accompanied by Britain and France and not by the EU negotiator. I'm surprised that it says here that Wolfgang Petrich was chasing the airplane down the runway. That just doesn't sound like, I mean, all negotiations have their problems, but I don't think it was that disorganized.
Yeah. Well, so my question to you is, and Judge Mitro had asked you whether Milosevic or whether you knew who Thaçi was in this meeting where Milosevic called Mr. Thaçi someone who tortures people and kills people.
Yes.
Could that conversation have taken place in February?
Absolutely, it could have been. I thought it was earlier, but it could have been. I do know that Milosevic just really worried that we were leaning more to the KLA and not the LDK, and so he was very, very concerned about that. He had made a similar comment after the meeting in Munich, where Holbrooke was seen in that photo that went around the world of sitting next to the Che Guevara figure, and Milosevic says, do you understand that you're completely undermining Rugova when you do that?
Understood.
So it was kind of his continued concern, but we felt that in putting together Rambouillet, we needed everyone there.
Thank you. I'll turn to questions that were put to you by Judge Gaynor. If we could please have the cable that he showed you, the first cable, which is P1067. You'll see that this is the 3 November cable that you were asked quite a few questions about.
Yeah.
And I wanted to ask you first about the first page. If we could scroll down a little bit, please. if you could look at number 2, it says the following is a lightly edited version evaluation, of the
Yeah.
Kosovo Liberation Army, prepared at the request of the COM by the U.S. KDOM team leader, an experienced political military observer. In the interest of time, this report has not been cleared by the embassy sections and agency representatives who follow Kosovo affairs. Can you
Nor
tell-
by me, by the way.
That second sentence, does that have any impact in how the report should be interpreted?
I think the Embassy Belgrade is trying to signal this is coming from one source without clearances. Clearances are a major element of U.S. government. That's why every cable looks like a petition, because there are always 15 offices that need to look at something. This clearly had very few.
Okay. Now, you were asked by Judge Gaynor, it was pointed out to you that this is 3 days before your 6th November meeting with Mr. Thaçi. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Nothing in the cable would suggest that Sean Burns had any information that Mr. Thaçi had been involved in human rights abuses by the time of this cable, correct?
No, correct.
And if I understood your earlier testimony, he also didn't brief you in advance of that 6th November meeting about any human rights abuses tied to Mr. Thaçi.
No, he didn't, to the best of my recollection. He may have asked me to help emphasize that we don't want any detainees.
Okay. But I think you said earlier you don't recall any discussion of that in the meeting.
I don't.
Okay. All right, and if we could turn to the next cable that was shown to you by Judge Gaynor, which is P1069, please. This is the cable of the 18th of December that Judge Gaynor showed you about various assertions being made by Mr. Burns concerning Mr. Thaçi. You had asked for the date of the cable, and it was pointed out to you that this is the 18th of December that is the date of the cable. These observations about military people deferring to Mr. Thaçi, do you agree that they would have had to have been made by Mr. Burns in meetings with Mr. Thaçi present?
Yes.
Okay.
It was unclear to me where that's coming from, frankly.
Now, I believe you know Mr. Burns has testified in these proceedings?
I believe, I do know, but someone told me it was a long time ago, so I don't know.
Okay. The reason I ask is because it's relevant to you specifically. He testified that he met Mr. Thaçi on fewer than 5 occasions over a 2-week period from late October to early November. I'm giving you that context because one of those meetings would have had to necessarily been the meeting where you were present on the 6th of November. You understand?
Yes, yes.
So this cable, my first question to you is, do you know if Mr. Thaçi was even in Kosovo from the middle of November on until he returned from Rambouillet?
I have no recollection on thinking that he was not or was. I just don't have recollection on that.
Okay. Well, keep in mind, this is written on the 17th of December.
Yeah.
And Mr. Burns' testimony is that it was only over a 2-week period that he observed this. So I'm asking you now, since you were present at one of the meetings, did you have the same observations about about military people deferring to Mr. Thaçi?
Your Honor, before the witness answered a question, can counsel clarify if he's saying those are the totality of the meetings Mr. Burns said he ever met Hashim Thaçi with, or could he be more specific
Could be
or
more
call
specific.
something up?
In the indictment period?
The entire indictment period.
Yes, I don't believe he met him in the summer. Or, sorry, I take it back. He met him in Rambouillet, but we're talking about pre-Rambouillet. So in the period before Rambouillet, that's the entirety of his meetings.
Your Honor, and on something of this nature, we really should be calling up the evidence. I know counsel thinks I should have knowledge of everything that's ever been said or disclosed or put in a presentation queue in this trial, but
has
this is
been
a very
called.
specific, no, we are not saying anything from Mr. Burns. This is counsel's misrecollection and misstatement of Burns's evidence. So before we put propositions from one witness to another, we need a proper basis for that.
It's paragraph 71 of Mr. Burns's SPO interview.
Yes, and is that on your presentation queue?
I don't need it to be in the I just need a good faith basis
Your
to.
objection's overruled. Go on.
So do you understand
You
my
have
question?
you have a chance to ask questions too, Mr. Potch.
My question to you is, his observations are, at least in part, based on at least one meeting that you were also present, which is why I'm asking you. So can you explain in your own words what dynamics you may or may not have observed between Mr. Thaçi and the person that was identified by Mr. Potch on cross-examination as Commander Chiliku?
This was the
Krasnitsky.
gentleman who had the gun in the...
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes. What did you observe?
My main interlocutor in the meeting was Mr. Thaçi. Others did not speak to the best of my recollection. I do not recall any interaction between Mr. Thaçi and others to suggest a hierarchical role for Thaçi or for the other. I just, Mr. Thaçi came in, he had some notebooks with him. He sat cross-legged on the, I remember it very well, and we began to talk. I don't remember any orders or I don't remember anyone telling anyone else what to do.
Okay, thank you. And finally, with respect to the question that Judge Bartha asked you about how do you explain how Mr. Thaçi may have achieved certain positions, including position as Prime Minister of the Provisional Government. My question to you is, did Mr. Thaçi's interactions with the United States at Rambouillet, do you know if that had any impact on his profile?
I believe it was extremely helpful to Mr. Thaçi, but with regard to what happened afterwards, I would have to defer to someone else on that. But as far as I could see, it was extremely helpful, and he ended up as a person who seemed to be closest to us.
Ambassador Hill, I promise this is the last time you will have heard from me in the courtroom, so I just want to thank you again for your time, and we're concluding our cross-examination. Thank you, or direct exam.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honors. There is one small matter, if I may be able to ask that, arising from the questions, please.
You haven't been taking part
I am
in
allowed
the
to ask
defense.
questions arising from the judge's questions, as has been the practice. So this is not re-examination, it's merely arising. Yes, one
Ask your one
small
question.
matter. We will easily be done.
So could
Thank you.
You need to introduce
Yes,
yourself.
Exactly. We haven't had a chance to introduce ourselves yet. My name is Rodney Dixon. I act on behalf of Mr. Kadri Vaseli.
Oh, okay.
And Ambassador Hill, I just wanted to ask you one question in relation to a question that was put to you by His Honour Judge Metro earlier on, when you were asked about that period after the Rambouillet negotiations, but before the signing on the 18th of March, that lull period. And I'll read the question just so you have the full context. Judge Metro said, do you know where Mr. Thaçi, Mr. Krasnitsky, and Mr. Vaseli went from France at the time, following the first round of talks? And your answer was, I do not know. I recall that they were taken in a French plane. I thought it was to Skopje, but I guess it was actually Pristina. I just learned that being here in The Hague either yesterday or the day before, but they did go to different places. Now, my question is, bearing in mind what you said yesterday to Mr. Patch from the SPO in relation to Mr. Kadri Vaseli, you said that you did not recall in what context that you had heard his name or what he was involved in. So bearing in mind what you've said already in your evidence, is it correct that in relation to that lull period that you were asked about by the judge, you don't recall anything about Mr. Thaçi, where he was, where he might have been traveling, let alone who he was with?
I do not recall what his itinerary or what his schedule was. I can say as a general comment that it was all part of when these people scattered from the airplane in Pristina, they all had consultations that they were doing. And I later learned that Mr. Thaçi had gone to Tehran, or had gone to Albania, although I remember when we checked with our embassy there, we did not find out any further information. So I think it is fair to say that we were expecting them all to go out and canvass opinion, and I think that is indeed what happened, because by the time we reassembled, there was a lot more of a positive feeling about Rambouillet than there was the day before, the day before we left.
Thank you. And in relation to the name Mr. Kadri Veseli, it's right that you don't recollect him in that context at all, him being there, where he might have gone, who he might have been with. Is that right?
That's correct. Now, this, I want to emphasize, there's a passage here of about 26 or 27 years. And I was very much trying to focus on getting all the sides to yes on the autonomy deal.
Yes. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon. Mr. Ellis, anything?
Thank you, Judge. Nothing further from us. Right. Thank you, Ambassador.
P.O.?
No.
Ambassador Hill, you are finished with us. We thank you for being with us. Thank you for sharing your information. Thank you for following the rules so carefully, and we wish you well in the future.
Thank you very much. It's been quite an experience.
I'm sure it has. I hope it wasn't too awful.
No. I've had worse.
Okay. Thank you. Goodbye. If everybody's on board with it, we will start with the next witness at 2 o'clock. So also, Ms. Gerhard Serna, thank you very much for being with us. Thank you for adding your assistance when necessary. I don't know if you're going to be here next week or not, but we'll see you again then. Thank you.
Judge,
Yes.
That's no problem for us. I just want to alert you that we were told by WIPSO that he needs an hour of prep and he's arriving at 1. So if you could just check with WIPSO, we'll be
Well,
here.
an hour from 1 to 2 is 1 hour.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. I assume that's okay then
Okay.
with WIPSO, but
Okay.
yeah.
Thank you. You can leave. You don't have to sit and watch this any longer. All right, everyone, we will plan to reconvene then at 2 o'clock. Thank you for your attendance.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. We sent around an email this morning regarding the scheduling of the witness next week, and the sooner we can find out, the better. Okay, thank you.
And the court officer call the case.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is case KSC BC 2020-06, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Veseli, Recep Selimi, and Jakub Krasniqi.
Oops, I pushed the wrong number. All the accused are present in court today. We're going to start hearing the evidence of Thaçi defense witness 1DW-009. It's going to be a race as to whether my voice lasts to the end of this. Before we start the evidence of the witness, there are some preliminary matters that the panel would like to address. The panel notes that the Thaçi defense email regarding scheduling of 1DW-007's evidence on Monday, 17 November 2025, at or after 12 p.m., and postponing the scheduled status conference until after the completion of the witness's testimony. Do the other parties and participants have any objections to the scheduling of the witness and the status conference as proposed by the Thaçi defense? Defense? Anybody? Anything? All right. Mr. Laws?
Thank you, Your Honor.
In light of the parties and participants' submissions, the panel adjusts next week's hearing schedule as follows. 1DW-007 will begin testifying on Monday, 17 November 2025 at 12 p.m. Upon completion of IDW-007's testimony, a status conference will be held on Wednesday, 19 November 2025. The panel also vacates the hearing day that was tentatively scheduled for Friday, 21 November 2025. The panel will further issue four orders. First, the panel notes that the Thaçi defense requested for leave to reply to F03572, which is the SPO's response to the Thaçi defense second request for admission documents through the bar table. The panel recalls that in the order revising deadline for the filing of bar table motions, that is filing F03535, it decided that no replies will be entertained. Nevertheless, the panel notes that the Thaçi defense requests that its reply be confined to a discrete issue limited to 2 proposed exhibits. The panel further notes that the SPO does not object to Thaçi's defense request to reply. In light of the limited scope of the Thaçi defense arguments and the nature of the disputed proposed exhibits, the panel considers that it will be assisted by these submissions in determining the admission of the 2 proposed exhibits. The panel will therefore allow the Thaçi defense to make brief submissions in reply. Mr. Misitich, you may present your submissions.
Mr. President, I'm sorry, could I do it after the next break?
Sure.
I haven't had a chance to review it yet.
Yes, you can.
Thank you.
Second oral order, second on 20 November 2025, the panel admitted into evidence the statement of prosecution witness W02183 as PO 1968. During the hearing, the SPO indicated that it would prepare a public redacted version of the document. The SPO disclosed the public redacted version of the statement in Disclosure Package 1592. On 14 February 2025, the SPO tendered 01610-101634 RED PRV and its translation for admission into evidence and requested that they be assigned exhibit numbers P01968.1 and P01968.1 _AT. Can I confirm there are no objections? Rest of the defense? Victims' counsel? SPO? Having heard the parties and participants, the panel admits into evidence the public redacted version of P1968 and its translation, and orders that they be added to P01968 and P01968.1 and P01968.1 underscored AT. This concludes the second order. The third order, on 14 February 2025, the SPO requested that P01969, 1972, 1975, 1976, 1978, and 1980, and any translations thereof be reclassified as public. Can I confirm there are no objections? Defense? Victims' counsel? SPO? Having heard the parties and participants, the panel reclassifies those named exhibit numbers, and they are and any translations therefore as public. This concludes the panel's third oral order. For the fourth oral order, on 14 February 2025, the SBO informed the panel that the Thaçi defense exhibits 1D00230 and 1D00233 can be reclassified as public. Can I confirm there are no objections?
No objection.
No objections from the defense? Any objection? No objections are heard. Having heard the parties and participants, the panel reclassifies 1D00230 and 1D00233 and any translation thereof as public. This concludes the panel's fourth oral order. Madam Court Officer, you had a correction to make. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yesterday, pages SPOE 000-58041 and SPOE 000-58153 to 58155 from the document SPOE 000-58041 to 58445 were tendered by the SPO, and the following pages, SPOE 000-58337 to 58338, tendered by the Thaçi defense, were admitted as P04507. It appears, however, that this exhibit number was assigned on 2nd October 2025 to certain pages of another document with ERN 052690 to 052841. In that regard, we propose that the document assigned as P04507 on 2nd October retains that exhibit number, and the pages admitted yesterday be assigned exhibit number P04508, which was the number vacated this morning in the panel's oral order. Thank you.
Any objection to that submission?
No objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
None.
No objection.
Judge Mitro had a question.
Yes, thank you, Judge Smith. It's for you, Mr. Michetic. Now that we've granted your application for a change of schedule for next week, do you have an indication of when we can expect to receive the preparation note for the witness, if any? The question being loaded in the sense that if there is one, that perhaps you don't wait 4 days to get to read the prep note to the witness, and that we get it ASAP.
Well, first, with respect to the 4 days, it's because it's difficult to get these witnesses to give us time to read back these notes. That's the first issue. But secondly, the preparation is not scheduled until Friday. So I would stay by the 24 hours. I can't promise anything before the 24 hours notice that we're required to give under the
What,
order on
what
conduct.
is scheduled on Friday?
The preparation session
Oh,
for next week's
okay.
witness. Yeah, and there's a 7-hour time difference, so it won't start until Friday evening, our time.
Can you inquire if you can speed that up in any way?
We have made multiple inquiries, and we're thankful to have the time we've been given.
Good morning, witness.
Hello?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. Can you
Good.
hear me?
Yes, I have hearing aids.
Yes.
The court usher will now provide you with the text of the solemn declaration which you are asked to take pursuant to Rule 141, Paragraph 2 of the rules. Take a look at it and then read it aloud.
Conscious of the significance of my testimony and my legal responsibility, I solemnly declare that I will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and that I shall not withhold anything which has come to my knowledge.
Thank you, witness. You can take a seat now. Witness, today we will start your testimony, which is expected to last approximately 2 days. As you may know, the Thaçi defense will ask you questions first, and then the remaining defense teams will have questions for you, perhaps. And once they are done, the SBO, the prosecution, will have the right to ask questions of you, and the members of the panel might also have questions for you. The Thaçi defense estimate for your direct examination is 2.5 hours. The remaining defense teams will take approximately 1 hour, and the SBO estimates that it will need 2.5 hours. As regards each estimate, we hope that counsel will be judicious in the use of their time. The panel may allow redirect examination if conditions for it are met. Witness, please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question or tell them you don't understand and they will attempt to clarify. Also, please try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of facts and circumstances that you will be asked about. In the event you are asked by the SBO to attest to some corrections made regarding your statements, you are reminded to confirm on the record that the written statement, as corrected by the list of corrections, accurately reflects your declaration. Please also speak into the microphone and wait 5 seconds before answering a question and speak at a slow pace so that the interpreters who are watching and listening can catch up. During the next days while you are giving evidence in court, you are not allowed to discuss with anyone the content of your testimony outside of the courtroom. If any person asks you questions outside this court about your testimony, please let us know. Please stop talking if I ask you to do so, and also stop talking if you see me raise my hand. These indications mean that I need to give you an instruction. If you feel the need to take breaks, please make an indication by raising your hand, and an accommodation will be made, so that you know at approximately 3 o'clock, we will take a short break, just a 10-minute break, and then we'll get through the end of the day, and if we extend beyond 4, we will take an additional break, but we don't anticipate that. So are you ready to proceed?
Yes, I am, Your Honor.
All right, we begin first with Ms. Capicoli, who will be asking questions for you for the Thaçi defense.
Good afternoon, Mr. Durkee. We've met before. My name is Nina Tavakoli and I represent Hashim Thaçi. Could you please state your full name for the record?
Michael Leroy Durkee,
And what is your date of birth?
August 16, 1939,
And what is your nationality?
U.S.
Did you give a statement to the Thaçi defence which you signed on the 27th of October 2023?
Yes.
If the court officer could please pull up on the screen DHT 11739 to DHT 11742, please.
Interpreter's note, we kindly ask the speakers to make a pause between question and answer. Thank you.
Mr. Durkee, do you recognise the document that's on your screen?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It is the statement that I prepared and submitted to the defense earlier this in 2023.
Please, could we go to the last page and the bottom of that page? Is that your signature at the bottom?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to review that document before you signed it?
Yes, I did.
And did you have another chance to review it last week?
Yes, I did.
Did you meet with me and my colleagues twice last week via video conference?
Yes.
And in those meetings, were you given an opportunity to make corrections and clarifications to your statement?
Yes.
Do you recall those clarifications and corrections being recorded in a note which was read back to you?
Yes.
For the record, the preparation note is DHT 12570 to DHT 12573. And subject to those clarifications and corrections that you gave us last week, and we recorded in that note, is the information that you provided in the statement to the Thaçi defence accurate and truthful to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
And subject to those corrections and clarifications recorded in that note, does the information provided in your witness statement accurately reflect what you would say if you were asked the same questions in court as you were asked when you provided the witness statement and that note?
Yes.
Your Honour, we seek admission of the witness statement, of this witness's witness statement, DHT 11739 to DHT 11742, that was provisionally admitted by the trial panel in decision F03452. We also tender preparation note 1, DHT 12570 to DHT 12573 for admission.
Any objection?
No objections, Your Honours.
Anybody else? Any objection? DAT 12570 to DHT 12573 as the prep note is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honour. The document will receive exhibit number 1D00427. Classification is confidential.
And the, I'm sorry, what was the second one? Was that prep note 2?
No, the statement itself.
Oh, the statement itself, yeah. Also, the note is, I've lost it here.
You've omitted the prep note,
Yes,
it's just
one-
a statement.
Yeah. 1, 2, I've lost track of it here.
I can, if I can assist.
Just give me the note
Yeah,
again.
the statement again.
I mean the statement
Is
again.
DHT 11739 to DHT 11742.
Okay. DHT 11739 to 11743
42.
is admitted. 42 is admitted.
The statement will receive exhibit number 1D00428 and classification is confidential.
Go ahead.
Thank you. On the 10th of November 2025, the Thaçi defence submitted by email a proposed summary of this witness's now admitted Rule 154 statement to the panel, all parties and participants. We have not received any objection to that proposed summary, so with your leave, I will read it now.
Leave is granted.
Michael Durkee is a retired senior US Foreign Service officer who served as a political advisor to 4 NATO Supreme Allied Commanders in Europe from 1993 to 2009, including General Wesley Clark. In 1999, Michael Durkee's role included providing advice and counsel to General Wesley Clark and senior NATO military officers, and acting as a liaison from the SACEUR to the ambassadors to NATO, as well as to actors on the ground in Kosovo. As part of his role, Mr. Durkee attended a meeting between General Clark and the Kosovar delegation to Rambouillet, at which he interacted with Hashim Thaçi. General Clark and Mike Durkee got the sense that the KLA leaders wanted independence for Kosovo, but lacked a clear military strategy and capability to achieve that goal. Mr. Durkee also provides observations about the wave of post-war violence that engulfed Kosovo in the summer of 1999. In his view, it was a widespread social reaction that neither KFOR nor the KLA leadership could control. It was not organised from the top, but was spontaneously generated at the local level, motivated by revenge, personal grudges, score settling, opportunistic property theft, and long-standing feuds between families and criminal gangs. The KLA leadership was unable to control the violence, in part because the emotions of the displaced population were so strong, but also because the KLA had no solid chain of command. In Mr. Durkee's view, Mr. Thaçi had no motive to promote KLA violence, but every incentive to tamp it down if he could. Ordering or encouraging KLA soldiers to commit interethnic violence or acts of revenge could only serve to undermine trust with the international community and jeopardise everything Mr. Thaçi sought to accomplish. Now, Mr. Durkee, I'd like to start with a few background questions about your career and professional experience. Now, for how many years did you serve in the US Foreign Service?
I served from 1967 until the end of 1999.
Thank you. Now, in paragraph 3 of your... Can I just clarify, you said it was until the end of 1999. I'm asking...
I'm sorry, 1998.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And you retired on the 31st of December 98, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, in paragraph 3 of your statement, you note you were first selected in 1967 and you were assigned to various diplomatic posts, principally in Europe and South America. Can you give the court a flavour of what type of posts you held in that period, briefly?
During most of that time, I was assigned as a political officer in embassies abroad and back in the Department of State in Washington. A political officer in the Foreign Service is responsible for the collection of political information, political analysis, and assessments and recommendations provided to higher levels.
Thank you. And in which countries did you serve in that period?
I served in Ecuador, I served in Norway, I served in Switzerland, I served as the Spanish desk officer at the time of the fall of the Franco regime. I served later in Canada, again in Finland, and then later in both Washington assignments, and then off to my retirement.
And when were you promoted to the senior Foreign Service?
I believe I was first promoted to that level in while I was serving in Helsinki, Finland in 1984.
And once you were promoted to the senior Foreign Service, what posts did you hold in brief?
That was while I was serving as the Deputy Chief of Mission in the embassy in Helsinki. I went back briefly to be a senior assistant to one of the assistant secretaries in the Department of State. Then I went as Consul General to Toronto, and from there I was selected to go to the political advisor position in the U.S. Naval Command for Europe, based in London. From there I was selected to go to SHAPE to serve as the political advisor to SACEUR. So from 1993 into the events of 1999, I had been serving as a political advisor to senior military leaders.
Were those military leaders all Americans?
Yes.
You retired from the United States Foreign Service on the 31st of December 98 with the rank of Minister Counselor. What is that rank?
Without getting too detailed about rank structure within the Foreign Service, it is the second highest career level that a Foreign Service officer can reach.
And what is the highest?
That would be Minister.
Thank you. Now, 1999 wasn't the end of your diplomatic career, was it?
No.
In paragraph 4 of your statement, you say that you were then employed at SHAPE directly, so by NATO, from the 1st of January 1999 until your retirement in 2004, correct?
Yes.
And then you continued as an unpaid senior advisor to the SACEUR until 2008, correct?
Yes.
And then you also say in paragraph 4 that you returned to the US State Department as the Deputy Special Envoy for Middle Eastern Security from 2008 to April 2009. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, was that the last diplomatic position that you held?
Yes.
I now want to ask you about your professional experience working in or on countries in the Balkans. In paragraph 5 of your statement, you stated that you worked in Bosnia with Admiral Leighton Smith in his role as commander of the IFOR mission. When was that? And again, in brief, what was that role?
As with many U.S. officers serving in NATO positions, Admiral Leighton was what we call dual-hatted. That is, he held a position as a senior U.S. commander, commander of U.S. Naval Forces Europe, and also as a NATO commander, as commander of Allied Forces South Headquarters in Naples, Italy. And so while I was stationed in London, the State Department, in its wisdom, had eliminated the similar political advisor position in Naples. So you had 2 headquarters, 2 command staffs, but only 1 political advisor. And so for the time leading up to the deployment of I-4, I shuttled between London and Naples, trying to work with both staffs to prepare them for the mission that was assigned under the Dayton Accords.
And what year was that?
I was in London 1993 to 1995. The Dayton Accords of 95 required a good deal of military preparation because it was the first time that NATO had ever assumed a mission outside NATO nation territory.
And did you go to Bosnia in the course of that role?
Once the I-4 had been deployed, Admiral Smith and I were, well, he was living in Sarajevo. I visited, but in the summer of 1995, I was reassigned to SHAPE.
Thank you. And aside from your work on Kosovo that you are here to testify about, do you have any other professional experience working in or on the Balkans?
As the Partnership for Peace was established in 1993, and as former Warsaw Pact nations were beginning to look at the possibility and to apply for NATO membership at SHAPE, we undertook various visits and analyses trying to figure out what would be required for them to attain the capabilities and to prepare for membership. And so in that capacity, we visited areas in the Balkans, Bulgaria among other things, but also the countries that were then breaking free of the former Yugoslavia, Slovenia and Croatia.
Now, you've received a number of awards and decorations over the course of your career, some of which you've detailed in paragraph 6 of your statement. Were any of these awards for your work honouring Kosovo?
The NATO Medal for Operations in former Yugoslavia was awarded on the basis of my assistance to SACEUR and the staff in the campaign against the Serbs.
And when were you awarded that? Do you remember?
General Clark gave it to me, and I think that would have been in 1997.
Thank you. I'd now like to move on to your education. Can you tell the court where were you educated from degree level and above?
I received my Bachelor of Arts degree, the baccalaureate, from Colgate University with a major in sociology. And then I had a master's, that was followed by a Fulbright year at the University of Oslo, in which I studied political sociology, working with an American Fulbright professor, followed by a year at Harvard, at the Kennedy School, became the Kennedy School, and that was in government and economics. And that was awarded in 1967, which is the same year that I joined the Foreign Service.
I just want to double check one of your answers. You said that you got that award for Kosovo in '97. Is that right, or should it?
No, it can't be. It has to be later than that. That would have been in just before General Clark left, so it would be late '99, early 2000.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry.
That's all right. Now, before you entered the US Foreign Service, you served in the United States military for 2 years. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
And you've explained in paragraph 2 of your statement that you served in various positions as a platoon leader, then as an assistant operations officer for the battalion, and then finally as an assistant intelligence officer in the US parent armored brigade. At a very high level and in headline, what did serving in these 3 different positions in the United States Army teach you?
I think the overriding lesson that I learned is that the U.S. military is a vast machine that operates at different levels with different functions and goals. So, for example, as a platoon leader, I was basically responsible for directing 40 enlisted men in whatever operations and exercises we would undertake. So my view was very much top-down. When I became a Battalion S3, an operations officer, then I became involved in the planning of potential operations and exercise activities for the battalion consisting of 4 of those kinds of companies and platoons. And so that gave me a sense of what a military staff does at a higher level. And then finally, when I worked at brigade level, I could see the relationship from the brigade down to the battalions and companies and up to the division headquarters that we were reporting to. And so again, it deepened my understanding of how military staffs work and how command structures work.
Thank you. Now, you also describe paragraphs 1 and 5 of your statement that between 1993 to 2009, you served as the political advisor or deputy to 6 different 4-star commanders, and that you served as the political advisor to 4 of NATO's supreme allied commanders in Europe. Correct?
Yes.
From these professional experiences and your own service in the military, do you understand how militaries work and military concepts?
Yes, I do believe so.
Now, I'd like to move on now, please, to your role at SHAPE, the Supreme Allied Powers Europe headquarters in 1999, where you were advisor to General Wesley Clark. My first question, and I will ask you to be brief, even though I realise that might be tricky, is what is SHAPE?
SHAPE is a unique animal in military history.
Interpreter's note, could the witness kindly be asked to speak up? Thank you.
I will do that, yes. The Supreme Headquarters Allied Powers Europe is the supreme military command structure in NATO. NATO itself is the most successful multinational military alliance in history. SHAPE is the embodiment of the willingness of NATO nations to commit their forces to their common defense. It consists of several layers, SHAPE itself at the top, and then subordinate commands throughout Europe and the United States. They are multinational headquarters, multinational staffs, meaning that officers from all of the member nations serve in those positions as alliance officers, not as national officers. And in that way, the NATO alliance is enriched by the information and experience available from all the different military components of the nations, so that it is a very active web of cooperative exchanges, information exchanges, working together for common purpose over an extended period of time. NATO officers are uniquely qualified to participate and lead in multinational military activities.
And at the time of the events in question here in 1999, how many member states of NATO were there? Do you remember?
You surprised me. I think at that point we were still at 15. No, that can't be right, because 97 I think we started. Poland, Hungary, Czech Republic. I think those were the first 3. Maybe the Estonians. You take me back.
I think it was 19. Would you agree with that?
You are better informed than I, at least in terms of the numbers.
Now, how was your office organised? where you worked? In
We
brief?
were a mixture of international officers and U.S. officers, military and civilian. So that I had, generally speaking, a staff of 14 or so.
When you say you had a staff, what?
I was the head of that office. I
Thank you.
was the international affairs officer. I should explain that in NATO terminology, it was the international affairs advisor rather than the political advisor, because some of the NATO nations were extremely sensitive to the idea that Sakir might have a political thought in his head. So it was preferable that I be called the international affairs advisor rather than the political advisor. So from the U.S. side, they always referred to me as the POLAD. And on the NATO side, they referred to me as the INTAF. That meant that I was the senior advisor to General Clark, while there were others on my staff who sometimes had direct contact with General Clark for specific purposes. For example, John Duncan. Also, the officer, Steve Covington, on my staff, who was responsible for liaison and day-to-day management of the unique SHAPE Russian delegation. It was the first time that a Russian military officer had become incorporated into the larger staff at SHAPE for the purposes of the implementation of the Dayton Accords in Bosnia. And that took 3 officers on my staff to do that day by day.
Thank you. Now, I'm going to come back to your staff in a minute, if I may. I just want to go now on to what your specific role was in 1999 as the political advisor to the Supreme Allied Commander in Europe. What were your responsibilities?
I was broadly responsible for making sure that General Clark had full information and assessments on the political developments throughout the region that would affect the conduct of his military mission. So that included, for example, the continued relationship with the Russian military that we were responsible for. It was the continued assistance to the new members of NATO for them to be able to assume full responsibility of their membership, working with the aspirant nations that wanted to become members of NATO, former Warsaw Pact largely, working with a collection of nations that had agreed to participate in both Bosnia and then later in Kosovo. At one point at SHAPE, we had representatives from 52 different nations participating in one or another of the operations. They each had the need for guidance about how to work within a multinational environment. And then finally, it was the continued assessment of what was happening in the actual operations both in Bosnia and Kosovo.
When you say the continued assessment of what was happening in Kosovo, what do you mean by that?
We were looking at how the operating environment was developing in terms, for example, of the continued effort of Slobodan Milosevic and his forces to repress any Albanian resistance, the jockeying for influence and power for the future among Kosovar Albanians as they were organized at that time, and thinking ahead to how to manage this in a way that kept the continued commitment and operation of the NATO and non-NATO nations that were involved in KFOR.
And why was it important for Sakir to be advised on those matters?
every military commander has to have an appreciation for the larger environment within which he conducts his military operations. Because at the end of the day, he will be influenced and directed by political actors outside his own sphere of influence. So it is other governments that are acting as well as his own member governments. So it is the interplay of all those that shape the operating environment for a commander to conduct his mission.
Now, what sources did you draw on to provide that advice to SACEUR?
As I said, SHAPE is a marvelous machine with multinational actors and the national governments of NATO members, but also national governments of partner nations, so that it is a web of the flow of information and reports from the different components within the headquarters and NATO headquarters generally, as well as from the subordinate commands. So in the case of Kosovo, once we constituted General Jackson's headquarters, there was a constant daily flow of information and reporting from KFOR. Similarly, we were receiving the reports either directly or indirectly from the UN mission in Kosovo.
Now,
and I should have mentioned, by the way, that prior to that, the OSC Kosovo verification mission was submitting regular reports.
just to go back to the role of the member states, see, am I right to understand there was a flow of information from NATO member states like the UK, US, Germany, Ireland, I guess, but to SACEUR, to your office?
To SHAPE staff and then through my office, because we were often the filter, not so much the filter in terms of blocking information, but we were the office that received, collated, and assessed the information that was being provided.
So in the context of Kosovo, for example, were you receiving political, military and intelligence assessments about what was going on the ground in Kosovo from all the member states of NATO?
Yes, all the member states that had assets that could contribute that information, because, you know, some NATO nations would not have people or offices on the ground that could do that. But for those that were active and involved, yes, certainly the US, UK, Germany, and others were providing that kind of information.
And did that information, did you take that information into account when you advised the SACEUR?
That would be the greater part of the information base that we use for the assessments that we provided to General Clark, yes.
Does NATO have its own intelligence agency, or does it rely on member states' intelligence agencies?
There is an intelligence component at SHAPE. There is an intelligence component at NATO headquarters. In neither case do they have active field agents operating directly under them. They are more in the capacity of recipients of information provided by NATO, subordinate NATO headquarters or national sources.
So presumably, if some of those NATO nations had active field agents, you would and did receive that intelligence. Is that right? If I've strayed something you can't answer, please just say you can't answer.
I'm looking for a more general way to respond to that. On my staff at the time, we had a British representative and we had a German representative from the German Foreign Ministry. And in their roles through national channels, they would receive information that did not necessarily come to NATO directly to shape. But because of the kind of working relationship that we had and our commitment to providing the best possible advice to SACUR, they would share some of that information, as I would share some of the information I received in U.S. channels as it was relevant to the SACUR's mission. So, yes, but I would not say that I was getting all the information that was available in those national channels. There were other NATO members that would, from time to time, provide information and assessments available to them through national channels, but that was more on an ad hoc, occasional basis. It was not a continuing flow.
I just want to run through a few other sources. Did you also draw on meetings with NATO missions to inform your advice to the SACUR?
I regularly attended the meetings of the NATO Political Committee, which is the location for those kinds of conversations. And I would report back to General Clark what the nature of the discussions was and where I saw the political committee heading in terms of advice to their ambassadors.
And did you have your own personal network of contacts on the ground in Kosovo or not?
I tried very hard, but I was not resident in Kosovo, and therefore occasional visits were helpful, but it's difficult to build a solid network of regular sources.
Now, once you've collated all of this information, you advised the SACUR, is that right?
Yes.
Ms. Tavicoli, this is very interesting, but it's very slightly relevant. I'd rather you moved on to something that had something to do with our inquiry.
I'm just got about 5 more minutes on it. It's just to close. We've had a lot of evidence in this
I haven't
case.
made a note in 45 minutes.
I'll move on. I'll get to the end. And what did the SACUR use this information for?
General Clark would absorb vast quantities of information to decide on his own assessments and priorities and the advice that he would provide to the NATO, the North Atlantic Council, consisting of the member state ambassadors, and to the Secretary General. In the course of the Bosnian mission and then later the Kosovo air campaign, the NATO Secretary General assumed a more directive authority for military affairs than had ever been the case before. And so General Clark's relationship with Javier Solana as Secretary General became de facto the line of command from NATO to the operations down below.
Thank you. Now, you mentioned, my final question before the break, you mentioned a Mr. John Duncan, who's given evidence in this case being on your team. Did he have a subject matter or thematic expertise in your team?
Because of his prior experience, John Duncan was frequently used as the in-house expert on things related to the Kosovar Albanians, both Albanians and Kosovar Albanians, because as he could relate, there was a lot of interaction over the border.
And did that include the KLA and the Provisional Government of Kosovo?
Eventually it did, yes.
And did he report directly to you?
He was part of my team, but on those matters, he sometimes had direct contact with General Clark, who also valued his expertise.
Now, I want to move on to the meeting that you had with Mr. Thaçi in early 1999. Would you like to take a break now, or shall I start the meeting?
Go ahead and start. Might as well use the time you have.
Now, in paragraph 12 of your statement, you describe accompanying General Clark to a meeting with Hashim Thaçi and the Kosovar delegation for the Rambouillet negotiations in March or April 99. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Now, can I show you a press article to see if that is the meeting that you describe in your statement or not? Can we please bring up Exhibit 1D00360? If you could have a look at that, please, Mr. Durkee. Is this the meeting that you describe in your statement?
It seems to be correct as to the nature of the meeting that took place. The content of the report is, I think, tactically slanted towards Kosovar Albanian interests.
Now, do you recall where that meeting was held? Is it right here where it says that it was held at Mons?
It's often difficult to help people understand the difference between NATO headquarters in Brussels, which is a political body, and the NATO military command shape, which is near Mons. So it is a NATO military command, but that phraseology would not be something that we would use. And it was not at the headquarters. It was at the little military air base at Casteau, just outside Mons, which
Now-
was used by SACEUR's aircraft.
Thank you. Is the list of attendees there correct? That's in the second paragraph, or the first paragraph.
Of those names, I recognize as people that I saw only Mr. Thaçi and Mr. Krasniqi.
Thank you. Now, apart from yourself and General Clark, was there anyone else? This can come down now. Thank you. Was there anyone else there from the NATO side?
At meetings like that, General Clark would normally be accompanied by one or more of his military assistants, who were generally at the colonel level, experienced military officers, often U.S., but not entirely. And they would be the note takers, and they would, I would work with them following such a meeting to come up with a report and assessment for SACEUR of what we thought the significance was.
Thank you. Now, you said at paragraph 12 of your statement that the purpose of the meeting was in part because General Clark wanted to get a better understanding of KLA political intentions and military capacities in the event that he was ordered to conduct a military operation there. Why was it important to better understand the KLA's political intentions at this time?
As any military commander contemplating a mission would, he was thinking ahead to what would be the operating environment on the ground should he be ordered to undertake a military mission. So he had not yet been ordered to undertake a military mission, but he was preparing himself to think about who would be the actors, what would be their capabilities, what would be their intentions, in what way could they threaten or assist the mission that he was anticipating.
And what was concluded about the KLA's political intentions after that meeting?
I think at that point, General Clark was wondering to what extent they could become cooperative supporters of the mission, or
who could
the
become?
KLA,
Yeah.
or opponents, enemies of the mission for which we would have to undertake actions against them. In other words, were they going to be partners or were they going to be enemies?
Ms. Tavicoli, when it's convenient, you can stop for the break.
And what did you conclude about that?
I think at that point, it seemed that there would be the potential for cooperation, but too soon to tell.
Why did you think there would be potential for cooperation?
because they were very keen to find ways to get NATO support in their campaign to resist Serbian oppression.
How did they demonstrate that keenness?
Because they kept asking if we could bomb the Serbs, because they were very much mindful of the experience in Bosnia, in which NATO air power was used to bomb the Bosnian Serbs.
Thank you. If we can take a break now.
We'll give you a 10-minute break, witness.
Thank you.
I think so.
We'll be adjourned for 10 minutes.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated, please. We've been asked about whether we're going to go until 4 or 4:30 today, and that sort of depends. Ms. Tavakoli, can you be finished with this witness by 4:30? That's the amount of time you asked for.
No, I asked for 2.5 hours.
Yes.
And we started at 2:20, 3:20, 4:20. So
You're telling me no, you can't be finished in
I might be able to, or I might need 20 minutes extra for the 2.5 hours.
Well, no, we're not going to go till 5.
I'll do my best to go by 4:30, but if I don't, I've still got 20
It
minutes
can't
in
be
my
that
booking.
way. It's either you're going to or you're not.
I don't know, because it depends how long his answers are.
So you're leaving it up to us? You don't want to take part in the decision?
I'm happy to go to 4:30 because it would be nice to wrap this witness up
If you
tomorrow. And
can
I've
be-
spoken to my
if-
learned friend, and she would like to go to 4:30 as well.
If you can be finished at 4:30, that's fine with us, but you have to be finished.
I can't commit to that.
Luck then, thank you. Bring the witness in. Mr. Durkee, we continue with your direct examination from Ms. Tavakoli. Please give her your attention.
Thank you. We were talking about the meeting when you met Hashim Thaçi, and you said that you were trying to work out what the KLA's political and military intentions and capacities were. Now, what did you conclude about the KLA's military capacities at that time?
At that time, we did not have very good information and therefore not a good assessment of their capabilities. We knew that they had fighters in the field, but how many, where they were stationed, what their capabilities were, we did not know.
And in terms of what their political intentions, the KLA's political intentions was, what did you conclude about that?
It was pretty clear that they were dead set on independence from Serbia.
Now, in paragraph 14 of your statement, you said that you weren't able to gain any concrete information about KLA force levels, arms, or deployment plans. Based on the vagueness of their thinking, General Clark and I left with the sense that KLA leaders wanted independence for Kosovo, but lacked a clear military strategy and capability to achieve that goal. What did you mean when you said vagueness of thinking?
Well, because they did not provide much information about how many how many fighters they had in the field, where they were deployed, how they would be used, what supply levels they had, it would be very difficult to derive any sense of a clear strategy behind what they were trying to do, other than their commitment to achieving independence.
And you said, did you have information about those matters from any other sources at the time?
We were getting some indications of how the KLA was getting arms from over the border in Albania, the collection of funds through the Kosovar Albanian diaspora in other countries in Europe and the United States. So we knew that they were getting support, and that support was being translated into military capability, but it was very hard to get a sense of how much and where.
And you also said in that paragraph that the KLA lacked a clear military strategy and capability to achieve their goal. What did you mean by that?
It was hard to understand how they thought they could defeat the forces of Serbia with the capabilities that they had, bearing in mind that their goal was independence. So could they have defeated the Serbian forces on their own? Very hard to see that. And therefore, what would be the military strategy that could be conceived of to gain that independence?
And why did they want to defeat the Serbian military forces?
If they didn't, then Kosovo could not be independent.
Now, in in preparation note 1, paragraph 10, you said that that assessment, that paragraph that I've just read out, wasn't just your own personal opinion, but it was a broadly held opinion that was consistent with reports that you were receiving from staff at the Supreme Headquarters Allied Powers Europe and other sources at that time. What did you mean by that?
I meant that the collective assessment of SHAPE staff at that time, and what sense we could gain through national reporting, was that while the KLA had the goal of independence, they did not seem to have the force levels or other capabilities or strategy that it could achieve that.
And you said that that was the collective assessment of SHAPE staff and other sources. Are you in a position to tell us what those other sources were?
Broadly speaking, that would be national reporting to which we had some access.
Now, in that meeting, and it's in your statement, you've made comments about how Thaçi came over, and you said that he didn't act like a military commander or a fighter. He seemed more like a political figure, reasonable and willing to engage, but clear that Kosovo had to be independent. Now, what led you to conclude that Hashim Thaçi seemed more like a political figure than a military commander?
I think it was because that, based on what I can remember of the kind of conversation that went on, is that he spoke almost entirely about political aspirations rather than what kind of military objectives they might have. And in that sense, he was speaking as a political leader rather than as a military commander.
In the course of 1999, did your view change or stay the same about Mr. Thaçi being a political rather than a military figure?
Over the course of that year, I believe that he focused almost entirely on his political goals and activities because, of course, he was engaged in a political competition for the future of Kosovo, of an independent Kosovo. And there were other people in the diaspora and in Kosovo who aspired to the similar roles. So it was an active political competition, even in the midst of their efforts to resist the Serbs.
Who were the other competitors?
Largely Mr. Rugova and the LDK. But there were other factions that formed, including those that took shape as political parties later.
Thank you. Now, I want to move on to the military technical agreement. In paragraph 9 of your statement, as corrected by paragraph 8 of preparation note 1, you describe how General Clark sent you to Kosovo as his representative in negotiations for the military technical agreement, correct?
Yes.
Now, in short, what was the purpose of that document, that agreement?
A commander such as General Clark, in dealing with a subordinate commander such as General Jackson, should be respectful of the roles and responsibilities of that subordinate commander. So General Clark understood that he could not be in some way a direct participant in those negotiations, which were between General Jackson and the Serb representatives.
And what were the negotiations for? What was
I'm sorry, this was for the withdrawal of Serb forces from Serbia, aside from Kosovo. And therefore, it was of direct impact to the mission that General Jackson had been assigned to prepare for that. And General Clark had an abiding and keen interest in how that would be developed and what would be agreed, but did not have a direct role in it.
And you went on his behalf, is that right?
To be his eyes, ears, and if necessary, his voice.
And what was your role? Was it any more than that?
I can recall only a couple of times when General Jackson and I had separate conversations about what was going on and what would be needed to lay the basis for a successful military mission. Some of that having to do with how to word the terms of the agreement in terms of withdrawal. In other words, what constituted Serb forces to be withdrawn. That was one of the topics, because Serb forces in Kosovo included not just the regular Yugoslav army, Serbian forces, army forces, but also the forces of the military, of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, the MUP and the SJO and some of the other non-military forces that were used.
And it's right, isn't it, that the MTA provided a timetable with the withdrawal of Serbian forces?
Yes.
And did the Serbian forces withdraw?
Yes, they
according to
did.
the timetable?
Of the organized Serbian forces.
And when did NATO consider that the war between the KLA and Serbia had ended?
When the organized Serb forces were withdrawn from Kosovo, there was no longer an enemy or an opponent, and therefore no longer a conflict.
And what date was that on?
The MTA set the date, I think, in late June.
I think it was the 20th of June. Would you agree with that?
That seems correct.
Ms. Tavakoli, which conflict are you asking him about? The international one between NATO and the Yugoslav forces, or are you asking him about another non-international armed conflict?
Both, Your Honour.
Well, in that case, you should specify the latter being, of course, an issue for this panel to decide.
When did NATO I think I did ask that. When did NATO consider that the war between the KLA and Serbia had ended? That was my question. Your Honour, that was my question at 1528. Was the MTA, just to be clear, you've told the court already, when you considered NATO thought that the war between the KLA and Serbia had ended, what war was the MTA, the military technical agreement, was that in relation to the same war or not?
The MTA had to do with the relationship between NATO and the Serbs, the government of Serbia and Yugoslavia.
And what was the relationship between the signing of the MTA and the completion of that war between Serbia and NATO and the ending of the war between the KLA and Serbia?
The conflict between the KLA and the Serb forces had to do with the active use of Serb forces inside Kosovo. To my knowledge, the KLA never attempted any actions against Serb forces in Serbia, that is, across the border from Kosovo. So when there were no more Serb forces in Kosovo, then I don't see how there could have been a conflict.
Thank you. Now, can we bring up a document, please, which is DHT 12201 to DHT 12205. And if we can start at that page, actually. Great. Now, can you have a look at that document, please, Mr. Durkee, and we'll just read it. You can read the first page, and if we can just flick through the other pages, and then come back to the first page, so Mr. Durkee can read it.
Okay. Okay.
Let me just skim, I think, through these. Thank you.
Okay.
To the end. Thank you. And if we can go back to the first page, please. Now, this is said to be the official gazette of the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia, Friday the 25th of June 1999, Belgrade. Decision on the termination of war. The state of war in the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia is terminated. This decision shall enter into force on the 26th of June 1999. And then it says Federal Assembly, and then it's dated the 24th of June 1999. What is this document, Mr. Durkee?
This seems to be the formal process through which the government of the FRY made a decision that the war had ended.
And what date do they say that that war had ended?
26 June.
And what war do you think this is relating to?
It does not indicate who the enemy forces would have been, but I assume it refers to the conflict with NATO.
And then if you go down, there's a repeal of various regulations in the state of war. Would you agree with me? And that's the rest of the document.
Yes.
Thank you. I'd like to tender this document for admission, please.
No objections.
No objections are heard.
And can we also tender the corresponding pages in the Serbian original, which are
Did I finish this first?
Sorry, of course.
DHT 12201 to DHT 12205 is admitted. Now, what else do you want?
There's a Serbian original, which is DHT 1274. Is it all the way through? Oh, DHT 12190, DHT 12191. And is that the same? Oh, and DHT 12195. Is that right? Yeah, sorry, I didn't understand. The Serbian is a larger document. We're just tendering those 4 pages from that document.
I already entered it into DHT 12201 to 12205 is admitted.
Thank you.
Now, then you gave me 4 more numbers.
And so that was the English translation of the document. And then
Okay.
we're also tendering the Serbian original document.
In addition to the English Serbian.
Yes, please, the 4 pages that are relevant from the Serbian translation.
Okay. Those are DHT 12201 to 122, no, I did that already. Okay, DHT 1274, 2190, 12191, and 12195.
Yes, thank you, Your
All
Honour.
right.
Thank you, Your Honor. The English translation and 4 corresponding Serbian pages will receive exhibit number 1D00429. Classification is public. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thaçi. I now want to go on to post-war Kosovo. Now, in paragraph 15 of your statement, you said that after the Serb forces had left Kosovo, you had ample opportunity to observe realities on the ground in Kosovo. Did you visit Kosovo after the end of the war in the summer of '99? And if so, how many times?
I believe that I visited about 4 times.
And who did you go with?
A couple of times I went with General Clark. A couple of times I went on my own.
What was the length of your time there in those 4 days?
I beg your pardon?
In those 4 trips, how much time did you spend in Kosovo?
With General Clark, it probably would have been only an overnight, therefore part of 2 days. When I traveled separately, it would have been longer, 2-3 days at a stretch, maybe 4.
As many as 6 or 7 days total?
Total.
Thank you. And when you travelled with Mr. Clark, General Clark, as opposed to on your own, what were the main differences?
In part because it always involved meetings with General Jackson as K4 commander, the UNMIC staff, Bernard Kouchner.
Is this, sorry to interrupt, is that when you were on your own or when you were with
Oh, I'm
General
sorry, I
Clark?
thought you asked about traveling with General Clark.
Yeah. My question was broader. What were the main... Actually, let's scrap that. Okay, when you went with General Clark, keep going, sorry.
We would, as I said, we would have those meetings with the senior international representatives in Kosovo, including General Jackson and Bernard Kouchner. We would also have meetings with people in Kosovo to hear different views about what was going on, including one time I recall with Mr. Rugova, who had returned to Kosovo by that point. So that we were trying to get a broad sense of what people on the ground thought was happening and what needed to be done. When I traveled separately, excuse me, I should add that I had the advantage of, when traveling with General Clark, that we could fly by helicopter or by secure convoys to get motorcades to get to where we wanted to go. When I visited on my own, it was more difficult to do that because I could not simply order up independent transportation.
Now, when you went to Kosovo, where did you go?
We would start in Pristina, and then I recall at one time General Clark wanted to visit Mitrovica because that seemed to be emerging as a difficult area to achieve the purposes of the military mission. By that time, it was clear that many of the people living in that region were unwilling to recognize that Kosovo was no longer part of Serbia, and that there were tensions building, resulting in direct violent incidents along what was emerging as the line of separation. I don't believe at that time that General Clark visited the mining and smelting complex at Trepča, because one of the concerns was what would be the economic basis for Kosovo. How could the mine and smelter go back into operation?
If we can just focus on where you did go, that would be. So you went in Pristina and then outside as well.
Yes, but my point was about the travel is that when we were traveling by helicopter, as well as by motorcade, you could observe some of the areas between Pristina and the other areas about what had happened in the intervening period.
And when you say the intervening period, what period is that?
Prior to the conflict, after the conflict, and what was going on the ground in the towns and villages.
Thank you. Now, I'd like to show you two letters from Sakur to Javier Solana, but we'll need to go into private session for these, please.
Into private session, please.
Your Honours, we are now in public session.
Thank you. Now, earlier, you said that when you were in Kosovo, you received briefings from various people. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this is what you said, that you had got daily K4 briefings, you met UNMIC staff, you met SRSG Bernard Kushner. Did you also meet Kosovan Albanian contacts when you were on the ground?
Yes, I did.
Did you meet members of the diplomatic community?
I would meet the members of the diplomatic staffs that were developing at that time, including the U.S.
Did you meet members of the KLA or Provisional Government of Kosovo?
We would, I mean, I would have meetings also separately from General Clark with some of the emerging KPC structure, as well as people who were not directly involved in that, journalists, for example.
Who? Could you give us a few names?
Vetan Suroy was one of them.
Did you meet with anybody? Do you know any other Kosovan Albanians that you met with?
I do not recall the names.
And
Again, I was trying to cast the net widely and meet people with different viewpoints.
Did you meet General Sir Mike Jackson?
Yes.
How often would you meet General Sir Mike?
As a practice, whenever I visited, I would at least have a courtesy call. I did not like to, have him think that I was prowling around in his territory.
And did these briefings and working relationships continue throughout the summer of 1999 when you weren't in country?
Yes, there was a continuing flow of reporting from KFOR and General Jackson.
And did these interactions, not just from, was the continuing flow just from KFOR? And Mike
No,
Jackson?
we were also receiving regular reporting from UNMIC and from some of the diplomatic missions that were forming in Pristina at the time.
Now, did those interactions inform the views that you expressed in your statement about the nature of the violence that engulfed Kosovo, including who was responsible for it and why it was happening?
Yes.
Did those interactions inform your view, as expressed in your statement, that this violence was not organised from the top, but was spontaneously generated at the local level, and the KLA leadership couldn't control it?
While there may have been views that were more suspicious of the KLA leadership, I don't recall ever seeing evidence of KLA leadership trying to direct it. And in most cases, the views that I was hearing and recording for General Clark were that it was much more bottom-up and spontaneous than anything that looked like a concerted campaign.
And these sources of knowledge, your interactions with people like General Sir Mike, Bernard Kushner, etc., did they inform this view that you held?
Yes.
Now, apart from your physical visits to Kosovo in the summer of '99 and the information that you've just described, that you were also getting about the nature of the post-war violence, were you getting any other information at that time? For example, from government channels, NATO-collected intelligence, open source material, and so on?
Yes, there was a wide variety of reporting, including from the NGOs that were becoming much more active, including Human Rights Watch. We, of course, had the reports that came through from the KVM, from OSCE, the International Crisis Group, and Western journalists were then traveling more widely and reporting.
And did all of that information inform the views as expressed in your statement?
All part of the foundation, yes.
Your Honour, if you'd like to stop here. It's 4 o'clock.
That's it for today. We'll have to be back again tomorrow at 9 o'clock. And hopefully we can be finished in a reasonable time tomorrow.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you for being with us today. We're adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.
All rise.